Hello, hello, hello. It's been a while. I've been away for a bit, but had that itch, wanted to scratch it. As you can see, twerking's in the pack. We are playing EMC to the Sky. This is a neat little fun EMC-based pack. Had a little muck around with it, thought it was fun, thought I'd give it a crack. And as I said, I had that itch, wanted to make a Let's Play on it. So why not jump in and give it a shot? As you can see, we are starting in a skyblock world. And as the name suggests, we are going to start getting some EMC. But we don't get it the usual means of having to go through all of the EMC quest lines to get ourselves the Philosopher's Stone and all that stuff. We just get a few quests done. As you can see here, we've got all of the optional sort of tick boxes for the useful information. So it just tells you where you get your seeds from and all that stuff. But to get our stuff to start with, we can get free fluorite or a buddy, but we don't need that. We can get basic resources. So we can set our home and we're going on an adventure. We get some bread, 1 block of each of the types of wood, and then some vexing ones for our Ars Novu, which is in the pack. So to start with, chuck that down, learn all of the things we can. And now we start building up our EMC. If you're not familiar with the mod, everything's got a value. Chuck it in, pull out what you want based on the value and how much you have. And we better build up our EMC nice and quick and easy way. Logs worth 32. You can keep chucking them in. Boom, there we go. We've got more. But we need to progress in this mod pack. And to do that, we need some stone and some bricks and some glass and some all of these other bits and pieces. So guess we better get started then. And the easiest way to do that is grab a couple of logs. We can turn one into a crafting table. Yes, that doesn't have the other good crafting table, unfortunately, due to a glitch bug thing. And then we just need, we need another piece of wood, so that'll do. And get that, another stick, and need a pickaxe. So to get started, to get a cobble gen, I've got it all set up, done all the hard work. We just get all this andesite here. And we'll grab that little bit before it disappears, because the next bit's going to be a little hotter. Thank you. Thank you. There's some lava behind here. Grab that. Lava comes down. 4-time cobble gen. Boom. And we'll see if we can actually grab it before it goes in. Perfect. That's it. Cobble gen's useless now, because each cobble's only worth 1. So we don't need it anymore. And we just need to pull out 64. So we can either mine it all, or just go like that. There's our quest completed. So we get 64 stone. We can chuck that in for an extra 64 EMC. Now all we need is a bit of stone and a few sticks. And we make our next tool to help us on our pack. And that is a stone hammer. Now we do have ex nihilo in the pack, but there's no sifting involved in this one. So all of our resources come from a different type of generation, which is really cool. I'll do one more. And then we'll do 2 into sand, then 1 of those into dust. There we go. And they all have EMC, so we'll just take out everything we need to complete our quest. There we go. That's those guys done. We get more dust, more sand, and more gravel. So that's enough to make the compressed grout, which is 3 compressed sand, 3 compressed gravel, 3 compressed dust. So I guess we will get that done. Gravel, sand, dust, booyah. And so 3 compressed dust, 3 compressed sand, and 3 compressed gravel. Boom, boom. Bet you it was the other way around. Oh, no, that works. There we go. We got our compressed grout, so we can put that in. And the easiest way I've found to get the dirt is just basically dig, and slap that down before it falls down into the void. Then you've got your dirt. Grab that, take it out, and make yourself a furnace or 3. And only need like 2. We'll throw the rest back in. And we'll just chuck it there for now. Everything's going to be put differently. But we just need 1 bit of dirt and a bit of wood. Hook that dirt up. We'll have our grout, or our brick, sorry. We get that as well. And then we'll have our bricks. You just get that from cooking grout or dirt. It's you the same thing. So now that we've got that, boom, we can put that in and get ourselves a stack of that as well. And make ourselves the little smeltery to get our first components. So we need a table. We need a heater. And then we need a bit of glass, so we better smelt some sand up. Where's our wood? There we go. Should make a bit of charcoal. That might be easier than keep putting a log in each time, but we'll get there. Do that now. Why not? Go in, you can go in. There we go. All right, bit of glass. Ta-da. Can go in. Now, what's the recipe that we needed? I can't remember if it was 5 of these and 4 bricks. Looks to be. And the uses on that is the melter. Boom, there we go. And we can, of course, chuck these in. Not everything has EMC, but a good dollop of building and decorative items do. And a little bit of some of your basic resources do, but you can't generate them standardly. You have to get them from a very weird way. And I'll show you that shortly once we get this set up. So we've got our seared heater, we've got our melter, we've got our faucets, and we've got our table. That should be that quest completed. And it looks to be, we've got some more bread, some glass, and we've got the seared melter bits. So now we just need to craft the mini catalyst. And we've got our dirt up there as well. So let's get this as a basic setup put down. So there's our heater, there's a table, and boom. And we chuck this on this side, and that is functional. So all we need to do now is get 4 of these and a bit of charcoal, put in our heater. Use you, that's not where you go. You go in there, and 4 of these go in. Boom. That should give us what we need. When I said 4, I meant 8. Or was it 10? Well, it wasn't that. Let's try 10. There we go. It was 10. See, I told you 10. We just needed 10 of them. And that turns into this bad boy, which is our mini catalyst. So once we get that, and we build ourselves the generator, which is this thing, which is nice and easy to build. It's just a bit of cobble, a compressed cobble, and then dirt and compressed dirt. So we can get that done nice and easy. And we needed 2 compressed cobble and 1 compressed dirt. So dirt, cobble, cobble, dirt, dirt, cobble, 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 cobble. We are. There we go. Now this little bad boy, once you put it down somewhere, let's just put it right there for now, and we'll move it very shortly. That will just start generating little nodules on its own. So it doesn't need anything else. You just put it in and it starts working. Now these guys, how we get our basic resources. So we'll let it go for a little few seconds while we pack this up, because this is done now. You know what? We'll leave it there. Rightio. So now we've got at least 5 of these, 6 now. We can craft them into various things. So if you have a look on what they do, we get tin nuggets, we get redstone dust, iron nuggets, copper nuggets, bone meal, and coal. And so they're our tier 1 basic resources. So we want to get at least a few of each of those. And we'll start off with a bit of iron. So we get 3 iron nuggets. We chuck that in there. Now we also want a bit of bone meal. So we'll grab that and chuck that in there. And we've got 3 left. So we may as well get tin nugget. Chuck that in there as well. Now most of these should be coming along. We should have enough for a bit of coal now. There we go. We've got some coal. I believe it's just copper we need next. And let's have a look. What was copper? Not that. Over this side. Not that. Let's just do it the easy way. Oh, it was across the top. There is copper. And what else did we need out of this little fella? Redstone. So we needed a few more of those. And then that is it for all of the items that we can get out of this. Just 2 more. Let's chuck the copper in there. And then once we get that, we get a little bit of a bonus. There we go. We've got 8 of those. You over there. Boom. That should be all of those items, but I don't think it counted yet. Oh, we need 9 of those in one hit. My bad. So we've got to wait for all 9 of them to pop up. But while we're doing that, we may as well grab a few other things. So let's get a couple of bits of wood, and then we need to make ourselves a crook. What am I doing that for? We've got sticks in here. But if we make ourselves a crook, we can grab some string and things like that with our earthworms. Oh, not earthworms, silkworms. Boom. There's some silkworms. Then we can chop this bad boy down and then do another one and get a lot of string. So let's do that and that. And I am going to take this down actually, but I may as well use a stone pickaxe as we have the resources. Really Thunder, you're a twit. Boom, and boom, booyah! Now we've got that, we can just grab this a bit quicker. Falls into the void, it falls into the void. They're all in the EMC table. It'll take us a few seconds to get the resources to grab them back out. But I think we managed to keep them all. And the coal, even better. So that guy can disappear forever. The crook we can keep. And then if we grow these, we'll have a little bit more leafage to work with when it pops up. There we go. And we can just chuck the worms randomly through there. And that will generate us some string. And well, we've got 22 of them now. There we go. So that's quest completed, and that will complete the next one as well, I believe. Or did we need certain amounts? We needed 3 of each. So let's do that. 3 iron, 3 tin, 3 copper, 3 redstone. Oh, you. Use you. What else was it? Bone meal. And oh. That should have completed that. It did. Which leads us up to our sequential fabricator. And we need to get that done and dusted as well. And make sure we've got that ticked. Alrighty, now it looks like this is pretty well good to go. Get this bad boy on. Boom. Heaps of string. Not a bad way to boost up the EMC as well. You can see it's not a great deal, but hey, it's some and it's easy to get. Oh, we missed some. That's all right. And as you can see, if you don't break it with a crook, you don't get the string. So don't make that mistake, like other people have, but not here. Yeah, and then you won't have to worry. You can cook these little guys, I think. You can in this pack. Let's have a look. Let's chuck that in there. No, in there and that. Yeah, nice easy food source, but we don't want them. We don't need them. They can go into the void. Their purpose has been served. All right, so up to 6,000. So we need to start working on getting some other bits and pieces. And so let's start working about iron and tin. 10. Then, not 10. And then we need some copper. And of course, we're just going to turn these into ingots. So the quickest way to build up EMC that I've found is when you have enough, you get some more of these little fellas and you make coal. So it's 5 for 192. Does that work out right? That doesn't feel right. Because that is 3 for 84. As you can see, coal's worth a lot more. Thought it was more than that. That's my bad. There you go. So we just keep doing that over and over again. And we will get our EMC up nice and quickly. Boom. There we go. We chuck that in and we get a lot more. Now we've got the iron. We can get 4 pieces of tin as well. And then I need an iron nugget. There we go. Because in this pack, it's the iron nugget in the middle that makes the tin gear. There we go. We can chuck that back in. I do believe we needed some iron, glass. See how good my memory is. And a tin gear. That should make us machine frame. Oh yeah. Then that bad boy can go in there as well. And then we need our sequential fabricator. So I do believe we need iron nuggets and then copper. I believe that is going to make us 2 copper gears. We'll learn that as well. What else for the sequential fabricator? I'll have to look that up. Memory's not as good as it used to be. Alrighty, so it was a compressed block of redstone, so we need 9 blocks all up, so that's a bit of EMC. Then we just needed 2 tin ingots and a crafting table. So the crafting table is going to be nice and easy. It's just some logs. Birch, that's all it's good for. There we go, we can chuck that in there. Bam. Alright, now we're going to need a lot of EMC, so this bad boy better be making us some EMC. Let's go to uses and we want coal. There is another 2 grand. So let's see how much redstone we can get and make. Looks like we should be good. Yep, we can do the compressed block of redstone. Going to drain our EMC pretty much completely. But we just need 2 tin ingots. Oh, right there. 1 and 2. And that crafting table, and we have everything for it. That, and that. Booyah! There we go. Our sequential fabricator is made. Now, I believe for our reward, we get the pipes, we get the wrench, and we get a dynamo to power it. That's not too bad at all. So we can get that, we can learn that, and we can learn our pipes. So once you get a few more of the items from here, you can keep building more and more of these, pipe them up, and put them into your sequential fabricator and automatically make the items for you. So we can fully automate the process later on. Why did I do it that way? Well, I'll never know. But there we go. And we just keep chucking the coal in. And then we've got enough to get another machine. And we can just chuck that right beside it, right on top, wherever you want. I usually like to make about 15 to 20 of them. And then you can upgrade one of the sequential fabricators with the hardened upgrade. And that supports 25 of these little resource generators. No worries at all. Next thing I'm going to get is, if I've got enough EMC, which it doesn't look like it, so I'm going to chuck these in because we'll get the resources back, is a bucket, because I want to help clear this platform up. So if we grab that. Oh yeah, we'll grab a couple of buckets out because I want to scoop that up. And that can go straight back in. Now we've got unlimited lava as long as we've got EMC. And that can go in. Now we've got unlimited water as long as we've got EMC. So So let's just plug up the rest of these holes. Boom, boom, and boom. Excuse me, I said boom. What the hell? I said boom. Get in there. Thank you. Now that's all cleared up, we can get rid of all of this and open the platform up a bit more to make it look nice and pretty. And boom, and boom, and boom, and boom, and boom. There we go. And of course, all of that is EMC. So, free EMC. And I guess we'll plug the holes up with granite. For now, it's all coming apart later anyway. There we go. Now we've got all this room to work with and 2 resource generators pumping us out some EMC. As you can see, it's going to go a lot faster now with 2. Why stop at 2 when you can get like 4 more ones and things? Might even be able to get a few more. We'll go up to another 8, and that should get us a good production happening. We'll just do it horizontally for now, and then we can build it upwards later on. We'll get these cranking for a little while. We'll pump them straight into a chest or a drawer. If the choice matters much, you can do either or. But let's go like that and make some more resources. There we go. So we may as well make a drawer or several. That'll do. Make a chest. So they come out as oak. You can just put them back in and get them to standard chest. There's no EMC difference and no recipe difference if you're just making a drawer like this. All works the same. And you can learn all those as well. So I am just going to chuck that here. It's all going to change very shortly anyway. But we are putting the pipes in the wrong spot apparently. And we need more pipe. So let's get some more pipe. I forgot we didn't have much. That should do it. Oh, I forgot to pick that diorite up. Or andesite, diorite, whatever it is. Diorite. Let's grab that as well. Now that can go in there. And all of these just need to be turned on. Oh yeah. And they're all done. They just go into this little drawer and we can pick them all up. And see, we've got 2 full stacks there already. So we can get a quite substantial amount of EMC chunking in already. Look at that, 4,000. So we'll almost have enough to run our sequential fabricator shortly, and that can be making us the coal automatically. We don't even have to come over here. Oh, look, there's a full stack in there already again. Right. Back to you. Boom. There is another 2,500 EMC. So I think it's 5 grand for the sequential fabricator. And yeah, so what have we got? And already, let's go thermal. We got a machine frame that gives us another 2,000 EMC for free. And anything else? I don't believe so, but we need our chapter rewards. And an easy one is the basic resource chapter, which we have completed almost. And we just, we get a block of iron for that. So basic resource, we don't have too much to go, apart from the animal baits and the barrels and the netherrack and clay, which are nice and easy to get. So we can work on that and get a big chunk of EMC out of the basic rewards, as you can see there. It's a nice little reward. That's 64 times 2,000. So nice little reward. And then we've got our bio resource generator as well. So we can work on that, which is nice and easy. And that gets us some different plants. And yeah, that gets us some different plants. So let's have a quick look. Bio. And there we go. There's the bio resource generator. So as you can see, it's just some logs and a water bucket. So nice and easy. But it uses the bio catalyst and produces the bio capsule. So to get the bio catalyst, nice and easy. It's just logs, a tier mini catalyst, and then bone meal and a couple of those guys. And it produces your bio capsule, which gives you carrots, grass seeds, sugarcane, mushrooms, cactus, all of your sort of plant type things, even bamboo, wheat, all of those goodies. Yes, wheat is EMCable, and yes, villagers are in the pack. So you can trade wheat for emeralds. But as you can see, emeralds have almost 0 EMC in this pack. So can't get around cheating that way. It costs you more, but you can get your emeralds that way without getting to tier 3 if you progress through one of your magic mods. That's right, I said it, magic mod, and that's Britannia. If you progress through Britannia, if you can get some emeralds somehow, you can then use your Cocoon of Caprice to get villagers. As long as you have 20 emeralds, you'll get your Cocoon of Caprice, and you can get villagers through that. There we go, another big chunk. So there's our sequential fabricator. So this is a terrible, terrible setup, but basically all you need to do, if you wanted to go into there, you would leave it like that and then just pipe it out of there into, say, the sequential fabricator there and your dynamo there. Plug your dynamo in with some coal, and then you would pipe from here away, exit, and then your sequential fabricator at the back is that one as an input. And then you just need to tell it what you want the recipe to be. And then if you tick yes, it'll start piping in all that stuff and working automatically to produce coal. And I like to pipe it away from here. So let's pipe it into there. So top will be export. And if we open that, it's going to automatically pipe the coal into the dynamo and keep the dynamo full. And then from there, you can pipe outwards to a storage chest. So this is fully automated now, and it will never shut down because the coal is automatically going into the dynamo. Ta-da! Well, it'll shut down now because it's full, but you know what I'm. Yes. Right. We're done. We can pipe it into another drawer, I guess, and then it's fully done. Do I do another pipe? I will, because then I can go nearest first. There we go. Ta-da! Automated. Automated. All right, well, it's good to be back. Did a little bit off camera, but not a great deal. Just set up a little bit up there and automated the production of coal and extended the platform a bit with some grass and some trees because we want to get some animals today. But our plan is, for this episode, get some animals, build a mob farm. So it's just going to be a standard dropper farm. I'll build it up into the sky. And we want to finish chapter 1 and, if possible, start looking to get another chapter called Sky finished. But we may start pushing into that for next episode. Okay, the system's having a bit of a hissy fit. There we go. So if we have a look at Sky, we've got all the components we need, except for this one, it needs gold. And if we get to the nether, then zombie piglins drop gold. We don't have to get to the tier 2 resources. And if we complete this chapter, we get a nice little reward. The basic EMC link mark 1, and it's worth 3.41 million EMC. Very handy to have. So in order to get some animals, we need some water and some seeds and some bait. So we can start with the chickens because we have some seeds already that I bone mealed the grass over there. And we can just combine that into chicken bait. There we go. And we can throw most of those back in. We only need 2. They can go in. And we need our bucket of water. And I don't know if it needs grass, but I'm going to throw it in anyway. So where's that bone meal hiding? There we go. There we go. So as you can see, I do have a little bit of EMC saved up. I've got 1 million. That was just basically extending this platform, extending that, and just playing around, having a few little bits and pieces in the background waiting for it. But there we go. So let's see if the baits will work here. Oh, I already put the water in. Look at me go. There we go. That bait will work in this environment. And we chuck another one there. There we go. So that is the chicken bait done and dusted. And all we need is chicken bait and cow bait to finish or to get into chapter 1's resources. So we need leather from the cows and we need feather and an egg from the chickens. But I also want to get netherrack and clay. So we need our 2 barrels as well. So we can push through and finish chapter 1. So I guess we better get some wood. Where's our planks hiding? Okay, well, we'll just get some stone while we're here. And there's our planks. So, pretty sure we needed some of those. And just like that, there's an oak barrel. We may as well keep that bucket because it'll be handy. And exactly the same thing for the stone. There we go, stone barrel. Now, nice and easy to get clay and nice and easy to get netherrack. So we need a bucket of lava. And what else was it? For clay, it's dust. And our water. Water in, dust in, clay out. And you can learn that straight away. And you can just put it down, break it, and learn that. Boom. Ta-da! Now that's that bit done. Now what was netherrack? I know it's got lava on top, but I can't remember what's inside it. Fluid transmutation. Oh, it's lava and then just chuck redstone on it. I thought the lava was on top. My bad. So a bit of redstone and a bit of lava. Boom. Netherrack. So we can put that in and get as much of that out to finish that quest. And we probably should have done that for the clay as well. Where did it go? There we go. So those 2 are now complete. But I am going to... Not that one. Let's get the clay balls. Get the furnace and the clay ball. And we'll just chuck a furnace down right there for now. And I just want to cook up a clay ball. Just to have it in the system because we will need those very shortly to progress into chapter 2. But we don't need these right now, so these can come away with us. Boom, boom, that can go in. There we go. I don't think it's worked as yet. Oh yeah, there's a chicken down there. I can see it on the mini map. So let's get some seeds and let's get this bad boy up to adulthood. So the egg timer can start. They always come in as babies for some reason. And while we're here, we may as well make another bait and put it out. It won't hurt. That way we can kill one straight away when it turns into an adult. There we go. We've got a chicken. Right. So we can grab the brick and put the brick in because we'll need that very soon for engineering. Now, next step on our path is we need our bio-resource and bio-catalyst. So it's just 4 logs, 2 bone meal, 2 saplings, and a tier 1 catalyst. So that is easy enough to get. We've got plenty of the tier 1 catalysts and plenty of our logs. So let's find, we'll use jungle, we'll use a couple of saplings. Our bone meal should be hiding right there. And we just need the catalyst. Where are you, little fella? You're hiding in here somewhere. I just know it. So small, it's hard to see. That's what she said. What? Anyway, there's our 4 logs. And there is our bio-catalyst. So we can chuck that in there. Now, how do we get a resource generator? Easy. Just logs and a bucket of water. So let's get those and get it all sorted out. Those and a bucket of water. Done and done. Now we have our bio generator. Now this works the same way as these guys. You just pop it down, put in a resource generator, this one needs water. And I like to make the aqueous accumulator for this one. So there isn't a sink, I don't believe. No sink in this one. But we do have the aqueous accumulator. Like that. So we need some copper, we need some glass, we need some iron, empty bucket, and then our redstone servo, which is just redstone and iron. So grab that. Let's grab that and a bucket and some copper, and we've got our iron. So we just go like that. May as well get one of those and learn it. Ta-da! And the last thing we needed was some glass. Where is it hiding? There it is. So that should be everything we need for our aqueous accumulator. And we can learn that. And I don't believe we've learnt or made fluid pipes yet. No. So we better get some fluid pipes. And they are just 2 buckets, 6 iron and a redstone. So I guess we better get that. Let's get rid of that. And so 2 buckets, iron and some redstone. Look at that. We've got everything we need. Ta-da! Alrighty. So learn that. Every time you get something, you should always learn it. The aqueous accumulator is going to need an infinite source of water, or basically infinite. So I just do it like this. And we'll fix it up in a second, because it will fall down. Guess we better get some stuff anyway. Anyway, we've got 2 chickens. We can mate them. Make sure we got another one. You and you. There we go. There we go. Now, oops. There is our feather. Now we just got to wait for you. What's your egg timer? 2 minutes. And yeah, there we go. So we'll get some blocks. We'll finish it off that way. So, you know what? Granite will do the trick just as good as any other. So we'll pop that underneath. Thank you, Cork. And so you can set these up any way you like, but it needs water source on both sides. And just going to be plugged into that. There you go. You can hear it working. And if we extract, our little resource is kicking on nicely. So I'll probably get a couple of these and set them up into a drawer. We don't need a massive amount as yet. But, oh, look at that. I didn't even learn those, did I? Let me get both of those and put that in there. Get a few of them. Let's just make it 4 and 4 of those. That should be plenty for what we need. All right, let's put those in and those in. And why are we putting them there? There's no water there, Funder. You're a twit. We'll put it down here. There we go. Yes, they can be out of sync this time. So we got those and we got those. Perfect. And then we just get an item pipe and bring it on into a drawer. And I'll move all of those around shortly once I've set up a base, and I'll have all of these where I want them. But for now, drawer it is. There we go. Now we're getting a lot of these capsules, and these are useful for making a lot of the overworld stuff. So carrots, grass seeds, and sugarcane. We will need a lot of that later on. And a mushroom. We're going to need some more capsules. A little bit of cactus. And what do we got next? A brown mushroom. Now it's mushroom soup time if we want to. And what do we got next? Pumpkin. These are one of the few that have EMC in there, I believe. Except for wheat. We don't need that. We don't need that. We'll grab a melon. And bamboo. We're going to need some more again. So the next page, grab some wheat. And we'll definitely need a potato. There we go. And our bioresource chapter is complete. We'll grab a stack of wheat and then we'll get ourselves some cows. Which ones don't go in? The pumpkin can and the rest cannot. So let's go and chuck them in our chest over here. That'll keep them nice and safe and secure. Get back in there. And let's make our cow bait. And we only have 2 at a time, but we'll see which one's going to come out first, and then we can get rid of another one if we need to. Animals are shy. There's too many animals around. Oh, what a shame. Lay an egg. There we go. Alrighty, that is that part of it set up. And what did we get for our bio chapter? Was there anything we got out of that? Chapter rewards, bio resources. We get a bio generator and a crusher. 2 awesome machines from Mechanism. They don't have EMC, and you can't make them until you start making steel and get osmium. Osmium is a tier 3 resource, so we are far away from that. But the bio generator does generate a nice little bit of energy, but we're not going to be using that right now because we need to set it up with the crusher and an infinite source of something like that. So we could put it into here, get a, what are they called? One of those things. Sequential fabricator, turning it into something like wheat or pumpkins, whichever has the highest value for biomass, and then pushing it into the fuel burner and then generating a loop for power for both and making excess power. But for right now, we'll just leave it be. I think we've got a cow. So we'll chuck down the other bait. There we go. And we have wheat, so let's bring you along with us, buddy. Come on. Come on. Oh, an egg. That's what we needed. Ta-da. Come on, buddy. You come away from that area to let your friends spawn. Awesome. Let's grow you up. And then, if we're lucky, in a few seconds, we'll have some leather. I don't know where from, buddy. Don't look at me like that. Stop it. Stop it. No. Bad cow. Just for that, you can get punished. Oh, no leather. Don't have to wait for another cow. At least we got some steak. And egg goes in. Let's cook the beef. We can have steak for dinner. Not you up there, you in there. Awesome. So, that's done. We can tick that off the list. Boom and boom. Now, what we want... Oh, sorry. We did need that one, but I'll get it back later. We need some energy and an overworld catalyst as well. So we need rotten flesh and bone. And where do we get the rotten flesh and bone? From a mob farm. So I'll get to building. We don't need anything fancy. It'll come down very shortly to a more aesthetically pleasing mob farm. But I'll try and mix it up a little bit with a few different blocks. You know what? Let's make something that looks a little better and a little bit highlighted. And where are you? There we go, with a bit of dye. We know what we're making now. Ta-da! White concrete powder, so we can put that in and keep white concrete powder forever and ever. But what we want to do is turn that into concrete itself, and you can just put it in some water like that. Then pop that straight back in. Ta-da! We'll grab a few stacks of that as well. No, I don't want you, and no, I don't want you. Perfect. Actually, let's just grab another couple of stacks just in case. And we'll get another wand as well, because I'm sure this will go terrible. So this you'll probably see it all completed now. So I will skip ahead in time and see how many blocks I can place in a short amount of time. Won't be long. And there you have it. A nice little working dropper mine mob farm. Now, a lot of people like to do the too deep with the water there and put trapdoors along the edges. As you can see, it works fine. You don't need to go to that extra trouble and make millions of trapdoors just to get it done. Hello? Are you doing lunch? Uh-huh. Leather time. Hi. Come here. Ah. Boom. Chapter complete. Leather in. Booyah. So we've also got our arrows, our bones, and I didn't get any rotten flesh yet. But let's go see if we can remedy that situation. Might need to get a sword soon, I reckon. There's some rotten flesh. Awesome. All right, we've got a chapter reward to grab. So while these guys just build up, we'll make it fully automatic shortly. I just wanted to get a little bit of inferium to start us off with, as well as getting our sour bones and rotten flesh, as a bit of gunpowder and things like that. So just the basic mob drops. So they can all go in. So bones can go in, gunpowder can go in, arrows, rotten flesh can go in. That can go back in, that can go back in, that can go back in, that can go back in. So stone slabs can't for some reason. VMC, wild and horns don't either, and neither does inferium. So we still do need some sort of storage system, and refined storage is in the pack, so I'll probably end up utilizing that for a lot of the stuff we can't use, and then using it to link up to drawers. And there is an item later on you can get. I got rid of the bookmark, but I had it just before. It lets you view your entire contents of your transmutation table through refined storage. We got, yeah, we're full. So we're going to have to get some drawer upgrades for this. Maybe even turn it into a compacting drawer so it can turn it into the blocks of coal. And it'll be able to store a lot more EMC in these bad boys as well. There we go. What do we got for our reward? Our basic resources complete. We get 64 blocks of iron. That's right, 64 blocks of iron. So that is worth 147,000 EMC. Not a bad little get just for finishing off our quest on our basic resources. So as you can see, all done. What do we need to do to get into tier 2? Well, we need to get a lot of EMC. So just to get these guys up and running, this isn't that bad. It's only 7,000 EMC. But what do we use inside of it? We use a tier 2 mini catalyst, as you can see, 871,000 EMC. And to get it, we need the metal press from Immersive Engineering. And we get it by combining tier 1 agglomerate, which is compressed copper, compressed iron, 2 compressed coal, and a compressed redstone. And that should be able to give us that agglomeration. There we go. Boom. So we need 8 of those, which I'm pretty sure we already have the EMC for. 7. Boom, there we go. We got 8 of those. And then we need a mini catalyst, which is there. So that will give us the item we need, the compressed agglomeratio. So we just need to build ourselves the immersive engineering press, which we need coal ovens for, and to get coal coke so we can get the press up and running with our steel operation goings. Yeah, I forgot one other trick you can do with these barrels. We may as well get that done and dusted right now. So if you chuck a bucket of lava in it, put a bucket of water over, you get obsidian. And you chuck the obsidian in, and I'm pretty sure it's 4, and use that with another bucket of water. Drying obsidian. Booyah! So now we've got the means to make ourselves a portal and head off to the nether. Next episode, we will focus on generating some power, getting ourselves a jetpack, getting into the nether, and seeing if we can manage to secure a little bit of gold from our little friendly neighborhood zombified piglins, and get the chapter complete, get into immersive engineering to start working our way towards tier 2 resources, and getting a little bit more progression. I'll try and tidy up the base a little bit more, get through the initial section of putting a base layout in, and seeing if we can get a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. We do have a lot of the McCaw's stuff in here, but most of that is beyond my skill to use. But we'll give it a shot, try and make it look prettified. The first thing we better get started on is a jetpack. You start off with the wood version, and then make your way all the way up to whatever resources you've got. So with us, we're probably going to stop around about... well, actually, we have gold, because... So we'll probably stop around about gold. We actually have gold because our little mob farm that's going super well, and added some hoppers there. A couple of our little friends, the zombies, are wearing some specific armor. So all we need to do... I've already learnt them in the system, but... Oh, it's over here. All we need to do is just smelt one of these down. We actually get gold before we even go to the nether. So our little friends have been very helpful, but I guess we should start by grabbing out some ingredients for our jetpacks. And we're going to need, there we go, some leather. We're going to need a lot of redstone. We're going to need probably not 2 stacks of iron, but I'll grab it anyway. And that is a very, very helpful little friend. And I think we need to... give him what for if we can. Where did he go? Oh yeah, as you can see, I've extended the platform a little bit too. So we'll see. This is going to be our immersive engineering. Oh, where'd you go? Let's see if I can do this without dying 17 times. Well, there's one. Go get our stuff. And give him what for us again. There goes all our levels as well. Thanks for that. Where'd you go, you cheeky sod? And this is going to be our Botania area. And we'll just... There we go. And of course, for all that, we got nothing out of it. Lovely. Anyway, let's get back to business. So we'll just have to get a few more levels back out of that mob farm. But anyway, we need a few nuggets. So we'll grab a couple of those. And we better get a jetpack up and running. So there is the belt. And we need... Oh, we need sticks. Huh. Who'd have thunk it that you'd need sticks to build a jetpack? Alrighty. Oh, no, we need those guys. So we'll get quite a few. I think it goes up to the next tier that we need the same ones again. But we'll just get this one done first. All the bits and pieces go together. And we need a furnace or 17. Where are we? Be easier if I just search for it, wouldn't it? We'll just grab a stack of those. There we go. Alrighty. So, really? Suppose you would think it's a wooden jetpack. Now will you work? Nope, because it's not logs. Now will you work? Just need the batteries. Oops, that was too many. And there we go. Gold jetpack. So we can learn that and just chuck all those other bits and pieces back in. And I just threw in what we're going to use for powering this bad boy as well. So let me just grab that back out. There we go. Some dielectric paste, and we'll need some iron bars. Where'd those guys go? There we go. And if you make a few of these and then swap it around so it's vertical, and a few of these, and then grab out a heap of iron. There we go. You can make yourself a little box thingamajiggy. What are they called? There we go. Dielectric casing. Oh. And once we get the casing, we can make ourselves some little toys to play around with from this mod pack. And come on, give me the horizontal. Thank you. You can go back in there. Some little toys to play around with. And this one, I want to use the ender hopper. Sorry, not the ender hopper, the energy hopper. There we go. And the basic version. So we want this one first. So we need the frames, and then we need these little capacitors. So it's iron, blocks of redstone, and dielectric paste. We've got the iron, we've got the dielectric. We just need a few blocks of redstone. And there we go. Oops. We can make a few of those. Of course, they have EMC, so we can learn them as well. Get a full stack. And then we can split half of that stack into the smaller version and make ourselves, oh, we need a hopper. Did I learn a hopper? Oh, I did. That was lucky. And whoop, there we go. So that should be it. These guys don't have EMC though, so once you make them, that's it. You can't unmake them or put them away or make more. You've got to make them all individually. So I definitely want an ender hopper. Energy hopper, I don't know why I keep calling them ender. And I just need a chest. There we go. So these guys are nice and easy to use. Basically, you put them down and you put the hopper there. And whatever you power in there will charge whatever items you store in here. Get rid of that. So if we put that in and then go and make ourselves something to generate the power, will be awesome. So let's get rid of that again. And that's our simple combustion generator is what we're going to use. Very easy to use. Just smooth stone, iron, charcoal, and blast furnace. And they are so cheap. I haven't made one yet, but let's get a blast furnace, which I didn't get. Okay, we better get all of the ingredients for all of it then. I thought I'd already gone ahead and done that, but we need smooth stone, iron, and furnace. So let's get some stone. There's some smooth stone. Iron and furnace. There we go. And that should get us blast furnace at least, which we will then learn. And that should get us this bad boy as well, except for the charcoal. There we go. Done. And these do have EMC. So we can throw all that back in. Why did I throw the coal in? We need that to power it. But we'll get that and a few more. And if we grab, say, 6 of them. Actually, let's grab 7. Why not? We'll go, that's not 7, Fundy, you twit. we go. And do we have any energy pipes? No. So better make some energy pipes as well. They're nice and easy. It's just iron redstone blocks and redstone. So I should stop throwing all this stuff in, shouldn't I? There we go. And chuck in the redstone pipe, energy pipe. And boom, there we go. Got a whole heap of them. Now, it's quite simple. We won't leave them here, but this is how we're going to charge it. There we go. And if we just chuck in a couple of blocks, these guys will charge up. And then we'll just attach the power cords into the energy hopper, and our jetpack will be charged. But these guys will come in handy for a little while. They don't generate a massive amount of power, but they are very cheap and very easy to power, considering we're getting all our coal for free through our resource generators. Boom. Now what we can do is extract it all, and our jetpack will be charging. And we can get rid of that connection completely. So that should be charging our jetpack. Look at that. Nice and easy. And while we wait for that, let me just turn that off. While we wait for that, let's go and get ourselves some obsidian and make ourselves a portal to the nether. Where's our obsidian hiding? There we go. And as with all good portals, it should be 3 by 3. Anything less is just not acceptable. Let's get a few of that as well. And where are we going to put this noisy bad boy? Might just put it out here. Let's grab a few building blocks. As our mob farm's nice and noisy, we may as well put it close by. Just grab a stack of that and we'll put it just off here somewhere. That'll do. And bam. Bam. Yes, I'll get to you in a minute, sir. Sir, I said I'll get to you in a minute. Sir, enough. God, it's hard to get good help these days. Right, that's it. I've had enough. Knock it off. Excuse you. That was my sword. How dare they? Oh, I've got a basal's in there. Nice. Alright, head off. Go on. Clear off. Shush. Being too noisy. I'm going to have to automate this soon enough so we can set up a draw wall and everything for this and collect the experience and all the items and drops and avoid whatever we don't need, because this chest will run out of room pretty quick. But as you can see, we're getting a nice amount of bits and pieces falling through there. Little bit of EMC, but we're not after the EMC part of it. So there we go. Let's get ourselves a bit of flint. And we've got our bit of iron. And now we've got a flint and steel. Boom, that can go away. We'll grab a heap of cobble. Actually, we've got netherrack just in case. Might just fill that in anyway. And then fill a little bit at the back as well. Just to make sure we don't accidentally walk off the edge. There we go. Now we will light this bad boy. Ta-da! And go and see how our jetpack's faring. Yeah, that should be enough for starting. What I might do is we might chuck in another jetpack into there. So we've always got one charging and one on us at all times. Only a little bit of EMC compared to what we've got now, so that's only 273,000. We've got enough to spare. And There we go. We've got our engines on. We have flight. Ta-da! Alrighty, let's head on to the nether and see how quickly we can come unstuck. What I might do first though is I might grab a little bit of iron and just complete the outfit of some armor, just for that little bit of protection. We've got legs with protection 2 and boots with protection 2 that come from the mob farm. But I don't think we can, no, we can't wear the chest plate with the jetpack in this one, but there we go. And what are we going to leave behind? We don't need that. We'll take the stone. We've got the bow. We've got plenty of netherrack. Get rid of that. Don't need the energy pipe. Don't need the redstone. Right, we are all set. Oops. Bye. Alrighty. We are in the nether. As you can see, complete void world. Nothing here except fortresses and a whole heap of nothing. But if we can, we'll need to build a small platform out here anyway. Oops. Because we want to do our dimensional resource generators in the nether. They only work in the nether and will only generate some nether resources. But I want to just have a quick check south, see what we've got. Can't see anything there, but there is something here. Look at that. We've got blazes galore. So we do need to get one of these bad boys done so we can get a blaze rod. That was that quick. And there we go. That was handy. This could be interesting. Well, that's just not going to work anymore. So I guess we better get some iron gear. And take our other spare jetpack. Luckily our tools were getting broken anyway, hey. What else did we need? Don't really need much else, but we'll take these guys. And we'll grab a bit of iron. And make some boots. And another helmet. At least we've got some gear now. Alright, let's go see what we can find. Nope, got to get the jetpack first, Fundy, you twit. Alright, we're up to 3 million for that one. Can we put it anywhere else on here? Normally you can put it in a jetpack spot in the baubles, but I think we're being ripped off. And there isn't any spots for this one. No, it's got to go on our chest part. Alright, let's try not to be silly this time. And we went that way. Well, we didn't get a skull out of it, but got to get up there to these blazes. Wow, we are getting ripped apart by that fire. Need to get one inside, I think. Too many over there. There we go. Alright, we got a blaze rod. Perfect. That's what we needed. I wouldn't mind getting a skull from these guys either, from the with the skeletons, but that could take a while. So we might just say this is a success and go home. Let's see if my last body, though, is still around, because it did have some other bits and pieces on it that could be useful. Oh yeah, there it is. Namely the food, because I get one more touch and I'm done. So let's get the rest of this. There we go. Now we can go home just by using the home command. If you set home when you first started in, which we probably didn't. And then we can just head on back to our portal, which is over this way. It's over this way. Oh. Well, that was fun. Can we do that again? Alrighty. So there's our other jetpack. We can put that away. We don't need that anymore. That anymore. We can do that. But this is what we went for. Boom. Now we are in business. We have a few bits and pieces we can start working on now. We've gone into the nether. We've got our gold. I want to get the Sky thing completed. And then, actually, you know what? Let's get our blast furnaces done. Sorry, our furnaces. So, coke. We want coke, coal coke. So we need our coal coke. How do we get coal coke? We put it in our coke oven. How do we get a coke oven? We make coke bricks from clay, bricks, and sandstone. Boom, boom. We've got plenty to make a couple of furnaces. And I do believe we need, the next one uses nether brick. So we better smelt some of that. You can go in there. You can go in there. All right, let's go put a couple of these guys down. We'll chuck them in over here. They go in a 3x3 and 3 high. Where is our wand? There we go. So that's nice and easy to set up like that. I always like to leave a little gap. You don't have to. They will function without that gap. We'll put 4 into these just to get that coal coke a bit quicker. And then we'll probably get rid of most of them once we've got enough, because I don't really need it. There we go. So that is our basis of our ovens. But to get them started, we need an engineer's hammer, which is very easy. It's a bit of string. A bit of string. There we go. It is 2 sticks. 1, 2. And it's 2 bits of iron, which we've already got in our inventory. So it's just like that. Piece of string at the end and a hammer. There is our engineer's hammer. That starts off all the engineer's quest line. And you just right click on them and it loads them up. And all you need to do is chuck some coal in and it starts producing coal coke. Probably should have taken some down there. Huh? Anyway, let's grab that just to do the quest. Alrighty, let's grab some. We can do blocks of coal. So we'll do 2 of them with blocks and 2 of them with just standard. And these guys produce the coal coke and creosote oil. But once the creosote oil is full, we need to start pumping it out. Otherwise the machine stops. So what I like to use is just the mechanism tanks, which you can upgrade later on. But they hold 32 buckets of fluid to start with. And I think they're pretty good. So they're just literally redstone and iron. I think it was that way. Yep. There we go. Basic fluid tanks. So they hold 32 buckets. So what we'll do is we'll grab 4. So 2 for each side. So 64 buckets each. And then we'll just get some fluid pipes, which we already have. That is the wrong one, Funder. You just said no to that one. We want it in between these 2 and the other 2. Sometimes you're a twit. Sometimes you're a twit. There we go. Now we just extract the oil, which we probably won't get any out of this for a bit, because it is making the blocks. It takes quite a while, but these might already have some in it. There. Tank down. Pipe on. Tank down. And extract. Boom and boom. As you can see, they've already got some creosote. So that means they've already made some coal coke. There we go. And this is the fuel we use for our blast furnaces to make steel. And there we go. Blast bricks. We need nether brick, brick, and magma blocks. So I don't believe we got the magma blocks though. Where, oh where do we get magma blocks from? I wonder if there was anything in the quest that could help us. Let's have a look. Engineer's hammer. Oh, you get an engineer's manual, a toolbox. A magma block. Alright, so there's our coke bricks. We get another 2. And we need 27 coal coke to get that quest finished. And we need 8 treated wood planks to get that quest finished. So let's go and turn in this magma block into the EMC. So we've got plenty of it. And then we can make our blast bricks as well. So we need our clay. Wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was bricks, not clay. That's better. And but we put the nether in there. We didn't. Let's grab a stack of that as well. So, boom, boom, boom. We'll learn that one as well. And same, we'll get a few furnaces going down the end there, just to make sure we've got everything we need and we can get the steel production a lot faster. So same dealio, just a 3x3, and then we just take our little hammer and we knock them on the head again. Boom, 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 boom. And let's see how much more of this we've got to see if we can complete the quest. Nearly. Nearly. Alright, let's go get some iron. Really? Really? You treat me like that after everything I've done for you? Ungrateful. Ungrateful. Alright, put that away, put that away. We can't put them away, so we'll chuck them in our trusty chest of things we can't EMC. Hey, a block of coal coke. So they just turn back into those. So to get the process started, we'll chuck a few bits in with some iron and let these cook to get ourselves some steel. There we go. So why make 1 when you can make 4? Yeah, we're on the road for it, so we need 30. 30 bits of steel for it. And that shouldn't take too long at all. While we wait for that, we'll get our dimensional storage, the dimensional resource generator up and running to chuck into the nether to start getting some nether resources. But we do need this, which is redstone, compressed sand, coal, copper, tin, and iron, as well as a bone block. So basically all of the tier 1 resources we need from there. Where's the bone meal? Where's it running away to? You think one day I'll actually search for these sort of things again to make it easier on myself, but no, I like to play find the blocks. So there's that. We need some sand for compressed sand. Alright, let's just make it easy. There we go. So we need 2 of those. That's plenty. I can chuck that back in. And then it's just a copper block. No, we don't need a compressed iron block. That's compressed tin as well. We don't need that. We need the next one down. So block of iron, block of copper. I think it was coal. And I don't believe I've got a tin in block form yet, so let's do that real quick. There we go. And what else did we need for it? Redstone. Ta-da! We just need one of the casings for the tier 1 generator. There we go. And that should give us the dimensional tier 2 dimensional one, sorry. Tier 2 resource generator. And then we just need obsidian. Obsidian. There we go. And that makes our dimensional resource generator. Now we also need to make a nether catalysts. It is netherrack bricks, compressed soul sand with a tier 1 mini catalyst. So we just need to get some soul sand. And to do that, we need to go back to our favorite place in the whole wide world, the nether. And we got to go to a fortress and grab a bit of soul sand. So I'll be right back. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Ta-da! Got some. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Get out of my face. Alrighty. There we go. Nether wart and soul sand. Alrighty. So let's get the soul sand all compressed up. And what was the other thing we needed for it? A compressed soul sand and just nether bricks, which can just be made with netherrack and cobble bricks. Should have our nether catalyst. Booyah! And we just chuck that bad boy in there. Grab out another 9. And we can go set up a little bit of a farm over there. Now, same again. We just chuck our resources in there. And they are good to start extracting on their own. Nothing else needed. Booyah! There we go. And we're out. There's our little capsules. Ta-da! So how does that help us in the scheme of things? Humble beginnings, we've gone through the nether. It's a few levels. We need some quartz. And how do we get quartz? From these capsules. So we are well on the way to getting a lot of other stuff now. And there's our tier 2. Getting very close to tier 2 progression. Once we get enough steel, we can build our engineer's compactor, whatever it's called, machine press. And then we can finally get our tier 2 resources. So let's get a few of what we can out of this. So we got our cream, our magma cream, our glowstone, finally. Which means we can now get feral flare lanterns. Got gas tiers. We have soul sand we don't need. Nether wart we don't need. And nether quartz. Booyah. Now, a lot of this stuff we won't be able to... We don't get a complete... what's-he-does-it chapter from those guys because we need the tier 2 or the extra boost of that stuff. There's another way you can set up those resource generators, and I'll explain that better in a second when I can English. Basically, you put a specific block underneath it and a specific block on top of it, and as long as it accepts both of those blocks, it'll produce a secondary resource generation. As you can see, if you have, if you're in the nether and you put a skull on top, it'll produce the advanced capsules. And the advanced capsules can get you blaze rods, netherite scraps, and produce double the amount of the standard resource, as well as being able to make with the skeleton skulls out of it as well. So definitely worth hunting down that first skull so we can start producing the extra goodies that we need. Let's go see how our items are doing. We should have a fair bit of coal coke in these. Yeah, there we go. So plenty there. And what about you guys? Yep, plenty there and plenty there. So I guess you're just waiting for coal coke. There you go. There you go. Whoops. There you go. And there you go. So let's see how much steel we've got all up. Yes, you can use that slag in place of gravel in a lot of recipes as well. So there's our 30 for steel. And that completes that part of our Road to Steel quest as well. So we get a draw controller and a draw key, both of which will come in handy. But now we need to start making all of the rest of our engineers things, as well as our treated wood, so we can progress to tier 2 resources. All right, the last thing I want to do to finish off this episode, I know it's a little bit of a longer one, but I want to actually finish off the Sky mod to put us a little bit further ahead for once we do get tier 2 resources. I want that EMC that we've got as high as we can get it, just so we can generate more of the tier 2 resources and pump our EMC production up as fast as we can, as quick as we can, to get into all the fun and cool stuff that's coming up. So the Sky mod doesn't have a great deal in the chapter. Let's have a quick look. All we've got to do is build the CAD assembler, and that's nice and easy to do. It's basically just a few bits of iron and a piston. There we go. So we'll chuck that bad boy right there. And then if we take a bit of iron like that, we make ourselves the CAD assembly. We chuck it in and take it out here. Oops, sorry. If we take it out here, there we go. We get the lovely noise. And if we throw some stuff on the ground and shoot it, I don't know if we got gunpowder. No. And shoot it, we get the Sky dust, which we will need in large quantities later on. And of course, those are quests. Boom, 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 all the way up there. And then we get the iron CAD assembly. Boom. Now we need to make our CAD battery, our basic CAD socket, and our basic CAD core. So each of these is fairly easy. It's just gold, iron, and sawdust for those guys. So let's make sure we've got plenty of iron, and we'll grab some gold out, and we should be able to build our bullet and CAD assemblies and all of that stuff. Where are we? Don't make it too hard for me, game. There we go. So there is the battery. And then for this one, it's just 2 iron and some sawdust. 2 iron. There we go. And then we just need our spell bullet. Oh, sorry, CAD core, which is just 4 iron and the sawdust in the middle, which makes it nice and easy. Boom. That's all of those pieces done. And then you can chuck in the new CAD assembly that you just got from the quest. And chuck in all of these as well. And that gives you extra things to be able to use it all. Now we've got a better CAD gun. And you can even go further in the quest line and make a CAD device. There we go. And then we just need the spell programmer, which is literally the same recipe, but instead of a piston, it's the sawdust. So there we go. And a bit of sawdust. We have our spell programmer. And we can chuck that down beside it as well. And there is a very easy program to use. Very self-explanatory. You can pick it up in about 3 seconds. And that is, of course, complete sarcasm. This thing is incredibly hard to figure out. I always just go to websites and copy and paste the recipes because it is a little difficult. And what does that leave us? That just leaves us with a spell bullet, which we can craft with the dust and 1 iron. And which we've got plenty left. Boom and boom. So that's what you program a spell onto. And the last one, we just need tholium, which comes from shooting gunpowder with a CAD assembly and a trick infusion. So how do we get infusion? Well, we need to figure out how to infuse a spell bullet with infusion. And there it is, page 6, down on the left-hand side, infusion. Awesome, and then we should be able to right-click our bullet, and now that bullet has infusion, and then we can put our CAD in, put our bullet in, and that should be it. We should have infusion in it now. So spell selected is infusion. Now we need the gunpowder. We throw the gunpowder down, shoot it with infusion. Oh, we have to get rid of that CAD. Hang on. There we go. Now it lets us shoot when we've only got one CAD in our inventory, and we've got our solium dust, which completes our chapter on Sky. No, we need our stone. How do we get the cobble? We need to shoot the cobble with infusion. My bad. Let's do that last one, and then we'll be done with it, and then we can end the episode off. Boom. There we go. Now we are in business. But in order to get into mystical agriculture, you do need to get into Sky and finish the Sky chapter so you can get the infusion, so you can start using the solium dust and things like that. So I thought I may as well just finish it off nice and quickly and get it done out of the way. Which brings me to our chapter reward. Now that it's all done, we go to the Sky, we tick the box, and we get 3.41 million EMC and a basic EMC link. So these guys are not only awesome for EMC, but awesome for automation. So what we can do now is, instead of exporting the coal into a drawer like this, we can replace it with this EMC link, and it will automatically input the EMC of the coal into our system and eat it up that way. So we don't have to keep manually coming back and taking all the coal out of our drawers. And it'll be happy days. The only downside of that, as I said, it's quite a lot of EMC. So until we build up the EMC, we'll probably just keep doing it manually until we won't miss quite a few million in all the different setups we've got. But we are getting so close to those tier 2 resources, I can almost taste them. But in order to do that, we better get into our engineers things and get our metal press. And once we finish that, we'll finish the chapter off and get our reward for that. And then we'll also jump into getting our philosopher's stone and grabbing a few bits and pieces from Project E itself to make our life a little bit easier. And once we've done that, we'll start getting into a little bit more power, but not for the power generation. I wanted to get it for the energizing orb, so we can make ourselves some extra mana. That's right. Power actually has an extra recipe in the energizing orb for blacker lotuses. They're not black lotus, blacker lotuses, and they can dump a whole heap of mana in. So I want to have that up before we get into Britannia and make our Britannia journey a little easier, because Britannia, you can use Britannia to actually get into flux networks, believe it or not. The recipe for flux powder is actually on the altar, Botanic altar. Or if you're sneaky, you can jump into the end and use the bedrock back there with some obsidian. So we'll see how this journey takes us as to which method we're going to crank out later on. But it'll be a few episodes ahead. But to start with, we better get cracking into this tier 2 resources. So we need some work to do. So to get the press, we need a heavy engineering block, which needs all of these steel mechanical components, which needs steel plates. So we need 5 of those, I believe, 4 of those, and then 4 of these sheet metal ones as well. So what's that? 4, and where's that other bit? Go back and have a look. And 4 each of those. So 4, 8, 12, 16, and 20 steel plates we need all up. And it's easy enough to do. We just grab the steel plates like that and chuck them in there, and there is our steel plates. So I'm going to get away from this bad boy. I'm taking this away. We're going elsewhere, because that's getting rather annoying. You know what? Let's take this as well. Ta-da! It's mobile. We don't need to stay there. All right, that can go there, and that can go there. I'm going to put these in a permanent spot before next episode. So, now that we've got that underway, we can start making these, which we just need some copper. And this chicken's going to make a heap of noise, isn't it? All right, so we need another 3 of those. And then I do believe we need some Constantan. Oh no, Electrum. So we just need some gold and... Wait a minute. Need a steel block. We can't get Electrum yet. So let's get ourselves the steel block. And then we just need that recipe done. And that should be our heavy engineer block. Ta-da! Now we also need steel scaffolding, which is steel ingots and 3 rods. So the rods are just that. So we just need 1 recipe of that. And there's our scaffolding. But that is done and dusted as well. Now we need our redstone engineering block, which is redstone and the iron sheet metal. Iron sheet metal is the same way as the steel was. So it's just that. And I think it was just 4. Let's find out. Nope, it wasn't that. It was that one. Yep, it gives us 4. So there is that. And then we need some redstone. Done. And I keep going to the wrong one. There is our engineering block. Now all we need is the conveyor belt, which is just 2 iron, some redstone, and some leather. We just need a little bit more leather. Should be plenty. And we get that one, nope, that one done and dusted as well. Now, as you can see, all of those, except for the conveyor belts, do not have EMC. So we don't need that many. We only need 2. There we go. So they can stay in there and chill. And we need a piston. And the other thing we're going to need once this is constructed is some power to it, and then the metal press pattern. So let's jump down here and set this bad boy up right about here. And if you don't know, it is nice and easy. It's a couple of scaffolding. It is your redstone block in the middle. It is a, let's just chuck another redstone block there because we need to get the heavy one on top. Heavy one on top, but then in the middle here, this is where the tricky part is. You've got to get the piston pointing downwards like that. Then once you chuck the conveyors on, we'll make it go that way. Where's it facing? That way. We need it to go that way. So items can go in there and then they will come out the other end made. All you need to do is smack it with the hammer. And there is our press. But we do need a pattern in that press. So that's where the other part of our quest line comes into play. So if we jump into the road to steel, we've now got all of those parts done and we get our kinetic dynamo. We've now got our kinetic dynamo, so we can complete this quest, which gives us the connector, the relay, and some wire. And we don't really need water wheels or windmills, but we will complete the quest off. What we do need is some treated wood. And it just so happens that the tanks we set up earlier are nice and full. Excuse me, chicken. So we'll grab a few of those. And we'll take off up here, because we can use those in place of a bucket full. So if we grab a few stacks of that, we can chuck all of this in and get a heap of treated wood by just chucking one of those in. Oh yeah, there you go. So I might grab another few stacks because doesn't have EMC, so we may as well get it sorted now and empty that other container. So now we are going to have plenty of treated wood. So we do need some sticks as well, but these have EMC, so we don't have to waste a lot of this stuff on our resources. So we can put those connectors and things in as well. So we just need one of each. So let's get rid of a few of these. Wire relay and connector. I like using this. This looks better. And I guess we better get a generator. Where we go. In there as well. What else can go in? Lanterns can go in. What don't we need? Don't need a secondary hammer, so that can go away. That's about it that's got EMC on it that we need. So let's get coal. And we'll just get a stack of that. And pop that down. Yeah, let's make things electrocute themselves, because it's always fun. And the neck, no, should just go on there. Chuck our coal in. We get our relay on top. And we run that wire between the two. There. We are now powered. You'll be able to see there's nothing happening. Conveyor's running, so that should be good. And that energy's going up. So we'll see if it works when we get our metal press in. But in order to do that, we need to get a few bits and pieces. So let's see what we can do with these planks. And we need to make ourselves the fence to start with. So we'll grab that. And when you do with the fence, you can make this little table. So we'll grab that first. We just need some more treated sticks, some more wood slabs, or some wood slabs, and a crafting table. So that, can you make a crafting table out of this? Didn't think so. Be too easy, wouldn't it? So crafting table, and then we just need some more sticks. The treated kind. There we go. So let's try that again. We make that, we get that, we get that. Now if we use that, we just need an iron ingot. Should have grabbed that. Too many iron things in there. There we go. And go to uses on that bad boy. There we have our engineer's workbench done and dusted. So we can chuck this bad boy down here as well. Chuck it there. And if we go to the quests rewards, we get a few more bits and pieces. And we get our engineer's blueprint. So if we chuck the engineer's blueprint on, if we chuck the engineer's blueprint on, there we go. It shows us what we can make. We need the plate one. So we need 3 steel plates and 1 engineer's wire cutter is what we need. I'm pretty sure that's what we need. Let's just have a look at the recipe for the agglomeratio. Agglomeratio, and I'm pretty sure, go to uses on it, metal press, it says we need the press mold plate. So how do we make the wire cutters? Let's figure that out. Wire cutters, it is 2 treated sticks and a bit of iron. I think that's going to be nice and easy. Let's just go and drop off a little bit of the excess treated wood now that we don't need it. We'll keep a stack on us. We won't need 2 stacks, but where is our iron ingot? Go. Bit of iron and 2 treated wood sticks gets our wire cutters. And then it was just 3 steel plates. Will get us the plate. There we go. Go into there and we chuck in our wire cutters, 3 steel plates. We can grab our plate out of there and put it into assembly. Then, if everything's done correct, which it probably hasn't been, but let's give it a try. We've put together our agglomeratio. There it is, tier 1 compressed agglomeratio. So if we look at the uses on that, it just needs to go into the press, and it should give us our tier 2 mini catalyst. If everything's done right and it's powered, it disappeared. Where did that go? A bit scary. It took out, it was 800,000. Give that back. Uh-oh. All right, don't know what happened there, but let's put it back together and see if we can figure it out. All right, there we go. It works on the dynamo. Doesn't work on the other one for some reason. But let's find out what happens if we throw our agglomeratio in it this time. Nothing. Put the plate on? No, didn't put the plate on. No, you're a twit. There we go. Smush. Booyah. We got our tier 2 mini catalyst. We can learn that. Booyah. And then we can get our, we'll get 2 of those. And then we can get our tier 2 resource as well. And we'll chuck that bad boy in over here. This is where our tier 2 is going to go. Chuck that in there and that in there. And these guys are now going to start making us some tier 2 resources. I cannot wait. I did that a bit too far up, didn't I? So that one's got to go back one. Excuse me, sir. Go away. And you can go there. And you can go in there. And there. All right, time to get the processor. So we will grab a sequential. Here we go. And grab another dynamo. One we'll probably have to keep filling up. Draw, which I didn't notice last one. I did make the compacting drawers just to make it a bit easier for gathering the EMC. I didn't have to keep going and emptying them over and over again. So I guess if we chuck that there, compacting drawer there. Do the same thing. How have we got it set? We've got the compact, we've got a standard drawer set there. Dynamo top. A block there, and the dynamo there. Give us our sequential fabricator. That. Yep. Pipe will go down on there. Need one pipe underneath, grabbing from the drawer. Downwards to be out. And upwards. Bottom is input, top is output. Yeah, that should do the trick there. And then if we put some fuel in there, if we can burn those. Interesting. All right, put some fuel in there. It'll start making them, but we need to pull out from there. So that needs to disappear. Gone. And then we need to port from the top into the other one. Like so. That. Now we just need another pipe into the drawer. We'll sit there and start getting our tier 2 made. So I'll grab a drawer, I'll grab some coal, block of coal, a drawer, just as a buffer. Scrapped. Boom and boom. There we go. We have quite a few capsules already, so let's grab what we can. Keep going them. That can go in, and then we want to tell it to make diamonds. So that is the recipe for diamonds. That will start working as soon as we give it power. It should start to work as soon as we give it some power. There we go. And now that's exported it to there. So it's going to start making us some diamonds, but we'll grab all the bits and pieces of the resources that can be made from these so we can finish off that as well. So we finally get some nickel. Actually, what I'm going to do is empty this. So we don't need that, that. that. It's all full. All right, as you can see, I've made a bit of sugarcane for later. That's got EMC. We don't need that. 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 And there we go. So we get away from all the noise over there. And we'll finish off getting our resources. So gold we've already got. We get some lead. Go. I'll get that just in case it wants it. Yeah, it did. And then we get some silver as well. Go. We also get some zinc, which means we can get into create if we want. Lapis. All these goodies coming in there. Of course, diamonds. Go. That is our chapter completed. So we can chuck all these bad boys in. Oh, we want to put that back. Chuck in the nickel, chuck in the gold, chuck in the silver, chuck in the zinc, which doesn't have it, of course. Lead, and then... Yeah. So we can grab a few more diamonds and boost up our EMC. Go. Chuck those in there and put that last one back. There we have it. We have our EMC going to go up very rapidly now with our tier 2 resources. And all thanks to this bad boy. But as that said, it should have completed that quest for us. So we can complete this as well. We just need a windmill, which is just 4 windmill blades with a bit of iron. And a water wheel, which is basically something very similar. It's just those guys with that. So I guess we can go ahead and finish that quest off just to get the rewards. But we've got our tier 2 progression. So we've got our catalyst there, so the block of steel. And then we got all of those resources done. That pushes us over into tier 2, chapter complete. And we get 4 more mini catalysts. So as I said, I wanted to have as much EMC as I could just to get the production up and running. So let's see how many we can get. 7 all up. So we've got 8. And then if we just get the resource boxes, which we may have enough for, 8. There we go. And we can go and set those guys up and get them producing a lot of resources for us. All right, there we go. They're all in. So we've got 10 all cranking out now. So what we can do is just wait for our EMC to start building up. And we can start getting more and more of those guys to boost our EMC up a massive amount. Let's go and do that other little last bit for the engineering chapter complete. And we'll grab all of that and our sticks. And we'll get the other bits and pieces all knocked out. So we'll grab some iron. Windmill arms, I think we needed 8. Go. Iron. And a windmill. And the other bit we needed was just the water wheel. And there's the water wheel. Boom. Chapter completed. So that is our Road to Steel chapter complete. We can tick that and we can grab all of this. So we get a steel ingot, we get another kinetic dynamo, 4 windmills, and 4 windmill sails we can attach to it to get that little bit of extra power out of it if we wanted to. But we pretty much don't. So as you can see, none of this has EMC. That was the iron I just threw in. So let's go and chuck it all away. All right, now for some fun. I want to get into the Philosopher's Stone and start pushing in through some EMC stuff. So let's get cracking onto that and see what fun and cool and amazing things we can find in Project E. So to do that, we need to grab the Philosopher's Stone first, which is nice and easy. It's just redstone, glowstone, and a diamond. And now that we have access to diamonds, we can get that easy enough. Glow. Go. Booyah. Bam. And bam. And bigger bam. Philosopher's Stone. Booyah. As you can see, that's going to open up the chapter for EMC now. And what we can do with this is some really fun and cool ideas. So let's see what happens. We make a band of iron. Supposed to be a band of iron. Needs the bucket of lava in it. Funder, you twit. Lava. There we go. So we can make one of these iron bands And then we can add lots of different things to these iron bands, make some fun and cool items. But to get started, we need some coal. Lots of coal. More than that, but I'm not getting it all out. We can do that. So I'll chuck a few more in just so we don't have to keep going back into the EMC table too often. Get one more. Now we can do a stack of that. Another stack gets us the next level. Then we can do another stack of that to get us the technically last of the standard project E level as well. So we can throw that in. Then we can throw that one in. Now what we can do with the Eternalist fuel is start making things like dark matter. So we need a block of diamond, 8 Eternalist fuel. We've got our 8, and we've got our block of diamond. Let's get that cranking. Boom. We've got our dark matter. Now we can use the Eternalist fuel, 6 of these and 3 of these. And we can get ourselves our red matter as well. May as well do that because it doesn't cost us anything. We get the EMC back. Go. But what we can do with this band now is we can make ourselves a Swift Wolf's Rending Gale, which is just 4 dark matter and 4 feathers with that band. So let's do that. And the other one I want to get another band out ready as well. So we want 4 dark matter. That's going to take a big chunk of our EMC, but it's coming back fast now, remember? 2, 3, and 4. Go. So let's combine that and that. There is our Swift Wolf Rending Gale. Now this is a cool piece of equipment. It gives you light. So goodbye jetpack. That can go back in there with our secondary spare. And we've got flight. As long as we've got EMC on us, we've got flight. There we go. And the cool thing about it is, if you right-click the ring to activate it, like that, watch what happens to any animal or mob that gets close. Bye. That means no more mobs can hit us. Bye, chicken. It helps keep everything away. Now, let's see if we've got enough to use for the second one, because I want another ring, and it's going to need 4 bows and 2 dark matter and 2 feathers. Let's get our 2 feathers, and let's get our 2 dark matter, or 1, as they say. We get a second one? Yes. And then we just need 4 bows. Do we have enough EMC, or we got to go raiding? Stockpiles. There we go. And then if we use that, we now have our Archangel's Smite. So this ring here is my other favorite. If you right click, you get a homing arrow. If you left click, you get a heap of arrows. And they all home in. So this is our new weapon against the dark arts. There you have it. 2 nice new fun rings to carry around on you for attack and defense. Alright, now let's have a look at what else we've got hiding up here for EMC to build our stockpile back up. In our coal, got a few of the compressed. In our diamond, we have 1 compressed block. Nice. Oh, someone in the mob farm's got a jukebox. And let's grab what we can out of there as well. There we go. And so we go from 59,000 all the way up to 1.8 million again. So as I said, EMC is going to come in nice and quick and easy. I forgot to tell you guys, I did the overworld resource generator as well. So this guy just makes prismarine, some fish, some overworld items, slime and whatnot. So not a massive amount of things it makes, but needed access to them, and that's the easiest way to get them as well. So I'll show you how this ring works. Look at that, boom. Anything and everything is dead. There we go. I love this ring. Works so well in the nether. We're going to need a separate box for the inferium soon because we're going to need a veritable truckload. Alright, well that was that fun little side part there with the EMC. And what we'll do is we'll now get into making the power energizing orb, so we can start creating a few more bits and pieces now that we have diamond. If we want to, we can get some thermal generators, which don't make that much power in this pack, but we can get them all the way up to niotic, and that can generate a little bit of passive power for us. Or we can start getting prepped for Britannia, so we can make ourselves, oops, shot you guys in the face, so we can make ourselves some mana really, really fast and just scream through Britannia as we need to, because we do need to kill the Gaia Spirit, the Gaia Guardian for some Gaia Spirits before we can get towards the end game. That should be nice and fun with these two new toys of ours from EMC. So let's grab the power stuff again. So first off, we need some dielectric paste. Really? Dielectric paste. We'll grab a couple of all those bits and pieces because I'm sure we're going to need some of them. So there we go. And we need some glass. What about the glass? There we go. And let's make ourselves a power orb, energizing orb. Done and dusted. Now, what else do we need? We need some quartz and the little capacitors. So let's get out the capacitors, grab a couple of stacks of each size, and then we need some quartz. There we go. We got the quartz from the nether resource generator. So these guys, I don't believe stack. No. We want a few of them. Let's grab at least 4. And then we want to upgrade them to the next tier, which we'll need blocks of quartz for. Just like so. I've got way too much stuff on me again, as usual. Let's get rid of 2 stacks of that. Get rid of all those quartz and keep blocks. There we go. Now, to upgrade them, you just need the same one and then just basically the same recipe. But because it won't stack, you've got to do it over and over again. Put these bad boys over to the side. They're basics. They're the starters. And there we go. Now, we do have gold and iron. So once we get these guys down, we can then make some items that give us, I believe. Hello. Can I kill you yet? Let's get some diamond armor. So we can really push the boundaries on what this guy can do to us. Go. We'll chuck that back in. Chuck all of that in. And 2, 3. There we go. We can strip all that off and we can chuck all our diamond armor on, because now we don't need to worry about the jetpack being in the way. Don't need to worry about those enchantments either. Let's make a diamond sword while we wait. Just that little bit of extra oomph, because those arrows won't hit him, because he likes to teleport around everywhere. And hopefully we can get ourselves a bloody ender pearl. That's what it's called. Drop one. I don't want to have to waste. There we go. So there's there used to be Philosopher's Stone could turn 8 iron into an ender pearl, but they've changed that slightly in this pack. So the you can use EMC still to get it, but you need 8 dark matter to get 1 ender pearl. Ender pearl's only worth 1,000. Dark matter's worth 100,000. So you'd be sacrificing well over 800,000 EMC just to get the ender pearl through that recipe. I'm glad that the Enderman dropped it for us. What I was saying is I don't believe the energizing rods attach to pipes. No, they don't. So let's move this out of the way a touch. And we need to make ourselves, wrong ring, it's got to be on your bar or it won't work. We can make ourselves some mechanism pipes, which I definitely know do work. And some redstone, please. There we go. Now, if it's just the same recipe, it could be that, or it could be the other way around where it's split and it's that and that. Aha, there we go. Let's just make another batch. Don't know if it's got EMC. It doesn't. That's okay. There we go. We're going to attach all of them to this pipe. Bam. Bam and bam. And then we can have a cheeky one sticking out the front. Oh, and they'll all be linked to this. So let's see if the cool recipes are in it. Let's just get rid of all of that for now. We'll need to grab it in a second. Is this a bit better? Go. So we need iron. I want to try if the blocks work or not. Where are the blocks hiding? A block of iron. I don't have a block of gold set up. So we better grab that and make a block of gold. Chuck one in. Let's see if the block recipes work in this pack as well. So just that and that. And if it shoots, it should make guys. Not going to. So going to need the individuals. Should be that and that. There we go. So unfortunately, the block recipe doesn't work in this pack, but that's okay. We can just get these guys, and I'm pretty sure that in this pack, this one's got EMC. So we only need to do that once, and now we've got a heap of energized steel. Lovely. Oh, hello, baby Enderman. Just push you off the end. Bye. Bye. Now we can break all these and upgrade them to the next tier by using the hardened steel, which just is that. So we need dielectric paste and big capacitors. Let's grab capacitors. Grab 4 stacks. That'll give us 2 stacks. We can throw half of them back in because we won't need them all. But if you go to uses on it, you can see all the different recipes there. So what do we need? The dielectric paste. You just said that, Funder. What are you doing? Stacks, just in case. So we use that to find the capacitors. And the capacitors have EMC as well, so that's good. Won't need all of them, I don't believe, but hey, you never know. And we'll need the quartz and the frame. What's it called? Chassis? No. Or the dielectric casing, which I knew all along. I did, I was just testing you guys. True. There's the blocks of quartz. So let's get that up and running. We don't need that one, we need that one, we need that one. If we chuck it on there, and those guys there, and that into there, we can just go bam, 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 bam. And now they are all hardened. And we can, if we want to, go up to the next tier because we have access to blaze rods from the nether. We can actually go up to the hardened tier. So let's see what happens if we go to the uses on this and see what recipes we can use in the orb. So just that. Let's see what else. So it's either 4 blaze rods or 4 blaze powder or a blaze rod will get us the blazing crystal. But as you can see, it doesn't have EMC. We've got to spend the energy and the time to get that done, which you can automate if you like, so you don't have to stand there for it. XNet was a really good one, but I don't think it's in the pack. No, yes, XNet is in the pack, so you can load up XNet and automate it through XNet with your controllers and things like that. FlashMac has some really good explanations on how to do it. So if you need to, jump onto his channel, look up his XNet stuff. He's really good at that stuff. Me, I take ages to get through it, just to figure it out. There we go. We have our blazing crystal. It does take a lot of power though, and these guys don't produce a great deal, but we will fix that very, very shortly, because once we get into tier 3, we will be able to have access to uraninite and start getting some reactors cranking. And we'll also be able to get into big reactors. So I want to see which one's going to produce the most power for us. I'm guessing it's going to be power unless they've nerfed it, because sometimes most packs, if they don't touch it, the very end tier, the highest tier of the reactors make about 400,000 RF per tick. They only take up a small area of a 3x4. 3x3x4. 3 round, 4 high. That's what I meant. Here we go. I could stand there for hours and do all that, but I'm pretty sure I won't. At least not on camera. Anyway. I know it's been a few days between episodes, and you can probably tell why. I got done with the sickness. Not that one. Not the one that, did so much, but just a normal flu. It's just been giving me a bit of grief. But hey, I felt like ripping an episode out and getting some more content out there for myself and you guys. And we'll give it a bit of a crack and see how I go. But I don't think it's going to be a long one. Still feeling very, very drained. But yeah, we'll get into some mystical agriculture and some botany pots this episode. And if we've got a little bit of energy left, we might even start getting into refined storage to make our systems a bit better. But hey, no time like the present to get cracking on and show you the few things I did between episodes, which wasn't much. But let's have a quick look. So our mob farm keeps producing some nice, fun stuff. It dropped me a pair of osmium boots. Oh, sorry, pants. Osmium leggings. So we got osmium now, which means we can get into mechanism earlier than getting the tier 3 resources. So we've got to love that. And I just went ahead and made a little platform up here. Nothing special, just similar to the other one down there. And went and put some generators in with some cable in between, because we're going to be needing a bit of power once we get into these botany pots. And what I want to grow in these pots to start with is some inferium, and pretty easy to get inferium seeds. So we just need some seeds, and then we need some inferium we've got from the mob farm, which is right there. We'll grab a couple of stacks. We won't need too many, but hey, may as well have it. And then you just ring around, boom. There is 8 inferium seeds, and they can grow in a botany pot. But what we also need is a hoe, which we don't have. That's okay. We can just get one. Nice and easy. A couple of iron, a couple of sticks. Bam, there we go. Because this seed needs the farmland to grow on. It won't grow on standard dirt in a pot, so we need a little bit of this. We'll grab the whole stack. Why not? Just waste it all. There we go. So in order to get into the hopping botany pots, we want to get in, so terracotta and a flower pot with a hopper. So while we smelted up the terracotta, and then bricks, we want those guys to make the flower pots, and then we want hoppers. Excellent. Right, let's make a few flower pots. Of course, EMC that just to make sure we've got more for the future. Go, and we chuck one of those in, and one of those. That gives us the botany pot, which we may as well make just as a base template for the rest. Then we can also throw in our hopper. That gives us our hopping botany pots. So we can throw all that back in. Nice and done. And there is our hopper botany pot. But we can go even further with these guys. We can get power pots, Mark 1. And that is just compressed iron, compressed copper, compressed redstone. So 4 iron, 2 copper, 2 redstone. We better get that underway. So we haven't learnt the compressed redstone yet by the look of it. Let's go find our compressed iron. 4 of them, and compressed copper, there's 2 of them. Let's compress the redstone. Go, and as usual, we shall throw one in there. Looked like it did already learn. Okay. But let's get the Mark 1 underway. There we go. So that is our Mark 1 botany pot. It produces, I believe, 16 crop cycles every iteration. So instead of the normal hopping botany pots doing 1, this guy does 16. But they go even further. I don't think we'll have the EMC to do compressed diamond and lapis and gold. That costs 3.1 million. What have we got in the system? 6.4. We actually do. Look at that. So let's get those blocks out that we need. Need to learn the gold. And did we even have a block of lapis? Who knows? Let's just make some anyway. Was it compressed lapis? Let's find out anyway. By just making some. Throwing one in. Definitely not compressed. There we go. I do need to make the compressed gold though. There we go. And then we'll get a few more of those. Yeah. And then we should be able to go to Mark 2. There we go. Mark 2 botany pots. So these guys produce 32 at a time. So every time this guy pops a crop, we'll get 32 inferium out of this one pot. Definitely makes for getting our resources a lot faster. Now you can go even higher, as you can see, emeralds and then compressed blaze blocks. These guys go to Mark 3. It's pretty much the same EMC value because of the emeralds having their reduced value. But we can't get emeralds yet unless we can capture a villager, a zombie villager out of the mob farm and convert them back and then make them into a trader, and we can trade emeralds with them, which is the easiest way. Or we just wait until tier 3 to get the Mark 3 pots, but we're not in any rush for that as yet. So let's grab the tier 2s, and it doesn't look like we've got enough. Looks like, yeah, we can grab 2 tier 2s with the EMC that we've got. Probably helps if I throw all the other resources back in. And no, that looks about it. Awesome. So let's go and put these guys down with an iron chest. Do we have that? We don't, but we can certainly make it. Get some iron. There. At least we've still got the basic resources for this, hey? There we go. Iron chest, that just holds a lot more. We could go to gold, I guess. Why not? Is it just 8, or is this one going to need the compressed gold or the gold block? Oh, only one way to find out. Well, there's 2. We could have used the JEI, but hey, who's riding this donkey? All right, so 2 gold chests. We've got our hopping botany pots, and we just need some fuel for these big bad boys up here. And get these in. Boom, boom. Hopefully they are going to be powered sitting that way. Guess we'll find out in a second. No, just one half. Split all these up in halves to split them amongst the generators we've got. Go. Don't need all of them on at the moment, I don't believe, but we'll chuck a few on. Go. Should be more than enough power for these guys. And then we chuck in our Inferium farmland. Then we chuck in our Inferium seeds. And as you can see, they do grow pretty quick. It's only going to take 26 seconds. And then we can chuck them straight into a chest. Now we'll pop straight in. And we're going to have plenty of Inferium. So once we get some more EMC, I want a row of those guys there just producing Inferium so we can get up and up and up into the ranks to get ourselves a lot of Insanium, because that's where all the cool stuff from this mod comes in. So there we go. We've got 32 Inferium essence every 26, maybe 30 seconds at the most for these guys to cycle through. So we'll leave these guys to do their thing and we'll check how much EMC we've got stored over here. What have we got? We've got 6 compressed diamond blocks. That's nice. And then we've got a few back down here. There we go. How much does that put us in? Boom, back to 3 million. That looks like we can get ourselves another Power Pot Mark II. And we'll put another seed in that bad boy, as well as a chest. And then for a little bit, I think we'll focus on building up our EMC faster and faster, so we can get these quicker. Farmland, boom, and the seeds, there we go. As you can tell, we've already got a stack of Inferium in each one, so we need these guys to pretty much one of these chests full of Inferium to get all the way up to Insanium, to get ourselves the, what do we call it? The gem thingamajiggy. Inferium infusion crystals. So we need to get all the way up through to the premium and then into Insanium. We can get the master infusion crystal, which never runs out, and we can use that also on blocks, so we can craft the blocks and make crafting a lot faster. So that is the plan for that part of it, and we just keep waiting for all the Inferium to come through, which shouldn't take too long at all. Oh. All right, and while that's bubbling away up there, we should probably get ourselves the... hang on, why is there a wildland there? All right, this calls for a little bit of extermination. You've done it to yourself, buddy. You've done it to yourself. Ah, that'll teach him. All right, before we were rudely interrupted, while that's bubbling away up there, we should probably now work on being able to craft different seeds through mystical agriculture, which is done a lot differently, and we need to get the pillars and everything in. So let's get cranking on that. So we need these guys. We need 8 of them. And if we go to uses, we've got the infusion altar as well. So we need 1 of those. So we need red carpet, stone, and gold. And then we basically need the same ingredients for the infusion pedestal. So do we have any carpet? We don't, so we need some wool. Got plenty of that. And do we have any red dye? Nope, but I'm pretty sure we've got poppies. So we can, don't need that much, so we can grab that. And then we needed gold and stone. So there's our gold and stone. Nope, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. Okay, there we go. So we just need, oh, actually first we need the red. What am I doing? Come on, Funny, you're not that brain dead. Much. Is it 1-to-1 in this? Yes. That'll do. We don't worry too much about it. Let's just grab a heap of that. Should be more than enough. We can throw that in. We can throw one of those in. Now let's get down to business. And 2 of those and a gold. Or was it the other way around? Oh, okay. I am completely lost. So it's that for them. We need 8 of them. We may as well just use the resources and throw one in. And then we go to uses on that. And it's that. And we just needed the red carpet in under your tweet. There we go. So that is done and done for that. And may as well chuck it just here somewhere. There, looks about right. And then it shows you where to put the pedestals. So there, there, there. There. Oh, wrong one for that. Goes there. We should make a diamond pick now that we've got the resources, but hey, that. And I like to have a button down there as well. Guess we can make a stone button. It'll stand out. Yeah. Basically, every time you want to craft it, you just hit the button. There we go. So I guess if we want to craft something like an iron seed, probably won't be able to do it just yet. But there we go. There's our iron seeds. If we go to see how they're crafted, it's the tertium and then 4 iron around that pedestal with some prosperity seeds in the middle. And they're nice and easy to get. You just get the prosperity shards. And to get the prosperity shards, it's that sawdust from Sky with a diamond in the middle. And it's nice and easy now. How much of that sawdust do we have? 59 there. Oh, we got all this inferium we may as well steal as well. And I don't think we need to get any extra just yet. Some more. That'll do it. Hello? Why was there a creeper up there? Weird. Yeah, that's definitely a little weird. Diamonds is what we're after. Grab a block. And bam. So do that, and then your dust gets us all of that. And yeah, we just need seeds now. Boom. And we can get ourselves a few of the seeds to start producing stuff. There we go. But I don't know if we're up to tertium yet, but we might have enough here to start crafting. And as you can see, it does produce a lot of seeds sometimes, which is okay because we can get a seed reprocessor. Oh, we're full already. Might drop a few things. Might drop a few things off in here while we're at it. Don't need the stone, the gold, or that iron at the moment. Throw those in there. Excellent. Now to upgrade this, we need an infusion crystal. So we just need an inferium gemstone, which is the prosperity gem. So same thing, diamond and the prosperity. And then we need some more of the prosperity shards soon. So we're going to need some more sawdust. This will get us 2. We'll probably need a few of those crystals. Just 2 to them. There we go. As we get a second one. Go. And now we can use that to get our crystal. Oh, no, we need prosperity shards. Okay, over to Sky it is. There's our CAD assembly. We need side dust. How do we get the dust? Just go to recipe on that. Prosperity, side dust. Side dust is shooting redstone. So nice and easy. Get 2 stacks, that should be enough. Shoot, damn you. Oh, did I pick up the wrong Sargon? Is it embarrassment? Where's the right Sargon? Please don't tell me I threw it away. Looks like I threw it away. That's annoying. Now I need to make a spell bullet and put the infusion back in it. Alright, what was the spell bullet? Just spell bullet, please. All I want. Here we go. A bit of sawdust and some iron. Huh. That's an easy. Actually, if it just doesn't need the infusion, it just needs to be a psi. I am confuzzled. There we go. Thunder is definitely still asleep. Here we go. Sawdust. Okay. Let's just forget about that unnasty incident there. And get to prosperity shards. Boom, there we go. Now we can make the infusion crystal. As we'll make 2 because we're going to need it. And then all we need to do to upgrade this stuff is just that. Now we've got the prudentium. We can do that a few times to get 4 stacks at least. 3. Can we make it? Not quite. Yes, we can. Fill that stack up. Boom. So we got 4 stacks of that. Now, in order to convert this one, we need a prudentium infusion crystal, which is just that. So that one can disappear out of there. Then we can chuck all 4 of those in and almost get a full stack. We just need one crystal. Bam, there we go. Now we can put the prudentium crystal back in and we will have full stack of tertium. So we can use this one to create tertium crystal and go even higher. We probably don't want to go too much on this. We want to save 4 because I want to create the iron. There we go. We are now to tertium. Oh, we have just enough to make 1 more. And then again, we use this one to go to Imperium, and then Imperium, we go to Supremium. Don't have enough to get any more Supremium, so we can't get all the way through to Insanium, or can we? Let's have a quick look. I'll craft up as much as I can, and I'll bring you back. All right, there is our Supremium crystal. Don't quite have enough to make any Insanium as yet, I don't believe. We're getting very close, though. We just need to wait for our farms to kick it up a notch. And try and produce a little bit more of that delicious Inferium. And chuck in the orange one. Don't think we'll make it, but hey, you never know. Pop in the blue crystal. Oh, 1 short. What a shame. What a shame. That's all right. We get the gist of what's happening here. And we've got our prosperity shards. We need 4 of the tertium, so we can just downcraft one of these guys back in. And then we've got our tertium, and then we just need 4 iron. Where are you? Oop. There we go. And this is how easy it is. Oh, a wandering trader. 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't have to put them all spaced out or anything like that. You can just chuck them all down like so. Then we chuck the seed on the middle. And then the magic happens. And wha-bam. Got our iron seeds. Boom. Now we can produce infinite iron and infinite EMC from our seeds. So we do need slightly higher farmland though. So tertium, I believe, is the lowest it can go. And we've already completely lost it. There we go. So tertium, I believe, is the lowest it can go. So we need tertium farmland in the pots, and then it can just constantly grow the iron essence, which can then be crafted into iron ingots. So nice and easy. Let's see what this guy has to offer. Pretty much nothing, buddy. It's a shame. Bye. What, you want to be with your friends? Alright, let's chuck all of this in this little chest here so we can use it later. Alright, looks like we might have a few minutes to go. So we might level up our furnaces and start smelting some silicon to be able to get into our refined storage next episode. And then, yeah, we can really kick off with a lot more auto crafting and that. So let's just get our furnaces upgraded to start with. So I think we'll need some... definitely need some iron, and I'm pretty sure we'll need gold, and some of those will need to be a block. We are getting a little low on EMC, so let's see what we've got stashed away up in here. Go, let's put us back up to nearly 6 million, and we need a furnace, and that is our diamond furnace. And what do we got after that is emerald or crystal. We could make the crystal, I guess. Why not? We have ender pearls, and we have blaze rod. Blaze. Excuse me. You're going the right way for a smack bottom. Soldier. That, and get ourselves a crystal furnace. There we go. And I don't believe that has EMC. No, it doesn't. You do need to craft those every time. Relatively okay. But we can augment it with power later on, so it'll be a lot faster, especially when we get at the final tier. But what we wanted to do was quartz. There we go. So let's get this bad boy out and that out and chuck in a stack of quartz. What I might do, actually, let's lift this bad boy up. The chest down. Chuck an hopper in there. Furnace on. Chuck an hopper in there. Chuck a chest on there. Now you throw in what you want to smelt and tell it to input from the top, the back. Thank you. There we go. And it'll go straight into the furnace, and then it'll pull the silicon straight into there. So all we can do is just load that up now with quartz. And we can come back later on and have a whole heap and helping of smelted up silicon. There we go. And that will burn for quite a while. Actually, you know what? Let's do blocks of coal so it's never going to run out. There we go. We could have used Eternalist fuel, but that's a bit of overkill, I think. Here we go. What do we use silicon with? Well, we need strings and slime to make these little fellas, the processing binding, so we may as well get that. 2 stacks of string and 1 slime. And if you don't remember where we got slime from, it's the dimensional ones with the overworld catalyst. And these little bad boys here, 3 of those make you a slime. There we go. So we can just throw those over now because we don't need them. That would already be back full. And then you just chuck that bad boy, and that bad boy, and that bad boy. Get you your processor bindings. And they don't have EMC either. So it's always good to make those guys in bulk. And then we need redstone. Redstone. Iron. Need gold. How am I going that way? Wake up, Thunder. Gold, and we need diamonds. Diamonds. Alrighty, now if we go use on that, we can make a raw. We can make a gold. diamond, gold, or basic. And these are the three main ones that we will be using. We don't really need the neural processor right now, but we might, especially the withering one. Yeah, we just need a stack of each of these, or as close as we can get to a stack of each of those when we get enough silicon. So let's do no more of those. Do a few gold. A few gold. Evens, Stevens, there we go. And then the rest can be in the raw one because we'll need a lot more of those because they also make your redstone. They also make your basic 1K chips as well. Yeah, but there we go. You can always grab like 3 furnaces and start smelting them up, whichever way if you don't want to wait. But I'm in no hurry. We've got plenty of time between the next episodes. Yeah, there we go. We'll smelt up our first little pieces. And there we go, basic processes. I suppose what we should do is actually make the base item that is for this mod pack. And that is the quartz enriched iron. And there we go. I don't believe this has EMC either. Oh, so quartz enriched iron. There we go. So let's see what our good old quest book has to say about refined storage. And refined storage. So got our quartz enriched iron. We've got our silicon. We need cables and we need a 3x3 machine casings. So that's just quartz enriched iron with a bit of stone in the middle. Sure, we can handle that. Oh. And quartz enriched iron, we'll need a bit more to make the third one. Go. So there's our 3 casings. And what do we do with those casings according to the quest? We make the disk drive, the controller, and the crafting grid. So controller we'll get, which is just the silicon, the and the advanced diamond one. And so we better get the diamonds one in and processing. Some more raw silicon. There we go. There is our controller. And we need the disk drive, which just needs a chest. It just needs a chest. Go. Chest, and then we need to get the crafting grid in. So we need a grid first, which is going to need 2 of the gold, and then we'll need a construction and destruction core in there, and then 3 glass. So these destruction cores, and that is just quartz dust and glowstone dust on each one. So quartz and glowstone. There we go. That should get us what we need on each of those when I can find it. Go. 1 quartz, destruction. 1 glowstone is construction. And I need the glass again. Really should start throwing a lot of this stuff back in when I'm finished with it, but hey. We need the grid. Oh, we need the gold. We need to smelt that. That's done. And gold in. Need to wait for 2 of these bad boys, and then we can make our grid. And we may as well get the crafting table, because we're going to need that. There we go. So there is our grid. Booyah. And then we just need a crafting grid, which is another advanced processor and the table, which luckily we've got. There we go. So that is a refined storage basic setup. And yeah, all we need to do is power it and make some 1K drive, or whatever drives we can. And that can go in the back. And then our crafting grid can go on the top. And there we have it. a system. But how do we get our 1Ks? 1K is silicon, glass, redstone, and the quartz iron. But if you can get, you may as well upgrade it to the next tier because you get one for free basically. So 3 1Ks make a 4K. 3 4Ks make 16. So I don't know if we'll have enough to get to the next. We just need the gold ones. You know, we've got gold brewing over there. So as we'll get to the 16. Excellent. And then need to put it in a drive case, which is just that. So iron, redstone, and glass. So we should have that, no worries. Iron, redstone, and glass. So now that bad boy goes into there. Thank you. And now we can start throwing stuff in. Boom, 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 boom. Please start throwing stuff in. Why are you not throwing stuff in? Goes in. Why did it not put that together? That was very strange. Anyway, there we go. Now it's in the system. Now it's working. Now we can throw all this stuff in. And we never have to worry about finding which chest it's in anymore. So anything without EMC, we can just chuck straight into here now. And the quartz enriched, there we go. And we do have a working refined storage system. Very basic, but it's going to help us clean up the base a lot more, get ourselves a central point of operations, and be able to progress a lot faster again. Did a little bit off camera. Wanted to try and design something to house our system of our refined storage system and make it a little bit more cozier on this floating base of voidness. So yeah, got something that's okay. There we go. A little bit of a building here for us, and a little bit of Enderman action happening there. But this side here will probably be a lot of our machines and things like that. And at back here, have a little bit of a power supply and our cables going through there. Our machine itself will sit in here, so we'll have the crafting grid, the pattern supplier, and probably the pattern, the other pattern one. Shows you where the patterns are up to. And put a bed and that in here. Other than that, that's pretty much it. I did move those guys from over there. So once I get a little bit of power moved over, we'll set these guys in, and I'll show you how to automate a little bit of power in this this mod pack as well, because we don't need a great deal. But what do we have hiding in here? We've only got 1 diamond block and a bit of that because I did empty it just before. And I did go ahead and set up everything we need to start getting into tier 3 resources. So this is what we need to make our tier 2 agglomerate. So the same system as getting from tier 1 to tier 2, we go from tier 2 to tier 3. So we basically just hit that button and pull out the agglomerate. There we go. And same for the resource generator. We've got the tier 3 resource generator there. So these guys we don't need straight away, but as soon as we turn this bad boy into the tier 3 crystal, we'll need some. So we may as well grab a few anyway. You never know. We might have enough EMC to build a few. And then I believe I got one too many out. We just need a tier 2 mini catalyst. That should be everything we need for the compressed agglomerate. Then we just go and do what we did with the tier 1 one and chuck it on this machine over here. Use you. Boom. Stamped. Tier 3 crystal. There we go. We've got access to tier 3 resources now. Not bad. They don't produce a lot of EMC, because the biggest one producer in there would have been emeralds, but as we know, that one has been reduced severely. So let me just pop it down over here for temporarily use, and we'll pop those bad boys down there. and chuck a couple of these in, and these guys are going to go off the edge in a minute, buddy. You will. Go on, get. No one wants you. What I thought. And yeah, so we'll just wait on a few of these to pop through. And we can start making a few of the basics out of these. And then progressing further into the pack. So we can get our aluminium, we can get our emeralds, we can get our uraninite. Finally, as you can see, it does have EMC, thankfully, so we can build our reactors with that. We get the uranium, so we can use bigger reactors as well. We get the platinum, and we get the osmium, so we could get into mechanism, but our good friends over at the mob farm dropped us a nugget before, so dropped us some leggings, so we didn't need to wait for that one. But the one I'm really interested in is the uraninite. And as you can see, though, the EMC is pretty low on everything here. There's nothing over 380, so fortunately, we don't get any EMC production out of tier 3. We have to stick with tier 2 for the biggest boost of diamonds. But that's all right. We will be more than happy to grab all the extra resources that this bad boy can offer, so we can progress further. But what have we got here? Let's see what uses we can make. So we'll grab one of those. We'll grab one of those. Grab one of those. Grab one of those. Doesn't have EMC on it, but that's all right. One of those. And should have enough to make the last one. Well, which we've already got, but just making sure we've got it all. Now, what is in our tier 3 quest book? We haven't looked in that for a while. Tier 3 resources. Okay, struggling to get more EMC. I think we can just tick this button and that gives us the reward. Yeah. So when reaching tier 3, the best option for EMC generation is dragon egg seeds. So we definitely will work towards those. There we go. Resources tier 3 is complete. So we can go over to our tier 3 chapter and we get 4 more of those mini catalysts. As I said, we're not going to make a great deal of EMC out of that. So those guys can basically go in the system to help us out. All of these guys can go in. Actually, I'll grab a few more of those resources and see if I can do something with this uranium, because I think there's a version of uranium that has EMC. Let me just have a quick look. Oh, we need that one. Let me grab that, and then I think if we... Yeah, so the uranium ingot actually has EMC, so there we go. We can just void that. There we go. And we got a tier 3 resource capsule, so we can just go ahead and get rid of that as well. Whee! All right, now that we've got tier 3 resources, what I'm going to do is bring over our refined storage system, and I'll show you a nice and quick and easy way just to automate a little bit of power until we get into Flux networks to have it wireless. So I think 8 of these for now will be fine, and then we should have a personal EMC link from the quest rewards. So there we go. We can upgrade this because you can see it only can put out 16 EMC per second there in the description. So we can upgrade that to be able to push out a bit more, which I think we're going to need to fill those. Once they're full, it should be enough, but just in case it does lower it down, we can fill that up further. And we just need some pipes like that. And we should be good to go for our power supply. So all we need to do is just lay these guys wherever we want and leave space for our cable. And then if we run pipe, no, I said a pipe, excuse you, pipe across the top and link it up. There are far simpler ways of doing this, of course, but hey, we never like to go for simple. And all we need to do is set that as extract like so. And we'll grab 8 stacks of coal out of here. And all we need to do now is right click on this with the coal. Export item has been set to coal. Now what that's going to do is it will start inserting coal into all of these generators, which is why I wanted to fill a few up first. So basically all we want to be doing is keeping it topped up rather than trying to fill it up completely from scratch, because that could take a while. So there we go. Now it'll just keep popping that in. Whenever there's a gap, it'll start filling them all in and keep it all topped up. And now we just need to run a power cable. We need another pipe, or you know what? I like these guys better, which are in the system. So let's grab basic cables. And while we're here, we may as well bring this with us. That is it, everything we needed for now. So pop that down to there. And from here, we can pop our disk drive right there for now. And what's that's going to do once we get it all set up is we'll have our crafting grid plugged into it. That's not going to work at all because that needs to be on here like so. And for now, I'm going to pop that one out. And what I'll do is I'll just put that in that gap up the top. And so we can access all our pieces. That back in. Now we can access everything that was in there. But we need to make some cable. Don't know if we've got enough. Let's synchronize that with JEI. Go. Cable. We want the cable from resigned storage. There we go. Now we can move it back out the way. That one can be moved back out the way. Don't need you there anyway after all, buddy, because that one is going here. We want a piece of cable. Then we want our drive systems. We'll probably end up going in that room over there. But for right now, they can go in here. And then we'll have our crafting ones there. But all of that system is now working again. There, that's where we'll have our system housed. Not three bad, not three bad at all. What do we need for a pattern terminal, pattern grid? It's basically just the pattern or the grid again. Like so. Okay, let's see. No, we haven't got any dust in there. But what we can do later on is create this bad boy, transmutation interface, which does require a lot of EMC. So, but what it can do is link up with refined storage and show you everything that you know in your tablet with the amounts. So you never have to keep coming backwards and forwards to your tablet to grab all the bits and pieces out. You can just auto craft everything you need straight from your tablet into your refined storage. Makes it a lot easier. But for the meantime, we'll just grab a few stacks of glowstone and quartz to chuck in, and we'll see if we can make ourselves a grid. We need the destruction core. Grab a few of those, and if we swap that out for the glowstone, we'll get the glowstone. There we go. We'll get a few of the construction cores. And then we need a, what was it called? Machine casing. We just need a bit of stone, cobble, or granite, or something like that. Grab a little bit of stone. I will bring that out here soon, I promise. Not running inside the machine all the time. Grab a few of those because we'll need them. And there is a grid. And how do we turn that into a pattern grid? We need to make ourselves a pattern. Is nice and easy. And then it's an advanced processor, which we have. So the pattern, just that. And turn that straight in to a pattern. There we go. And that one can go down there. Now we can learn all the different patterns. Usually the first one I like to learn, makes the most sense to me, is eluding me currently. If I use the proper grid. There we go. So it's the patterns. So that's what we need, but we need to make ourselves some patterns first. You can see now if we search up there, it's synced up so it automatically works in the other one, but we can now put the pattern in there. We have a pattern for patterns. All we need to do is make ourselves some crafters. Why didn't you see? Because we're in the wrong one. Crafter. Yeah. Need the basic crafter, thank you, without any color. Hello? No. Fine, just make me go through all the different crafters. There we go. And there is our first crafter. We can also make that into iron crafters. We just need a chest. Okay, we can certainly fix that. No, not that kind of chest, that kind of chest. We'll grab a few of them out just in case. There we go, and there we go. Now it's the iron crafter, and you can go a fair way. We just need blocks of gold and the neural processors, which are made with lots of different pieces. So we'll get that one sorted out. But for now, the iron crafter is good enough. And we'll go over here and break through the wall. In a better spot, actually. Go, and we'll just pop this down here for now. We don't need it attached to anything, but we can throw our crafter pattern in. And now if we want a pattern, you can see we've got craft. We can say, give me 10. And we're missing glass. All right, let's go get some glass. Tuck it in there. And what this is really, really good for is making your, what are they called? Drives. So storage parts. It works out really good for making those because you don't have to keep crafting each individual bit. The system can take care of that. So we want 10 of those ready to go. Start. And as you can see, there they are, moving up into the system. There we go. 10 patterns already crafted for us because that is as easy as it is. And then you just basically find whatever pattern you want. So if we want a 1K storage part, we can look at the recipe for that. We can tell it that's the recipe. And then we chuck that. As if you press shift, it changes, shows you what it is. It puts that in the machine and it'll craft those automatically for us. And then if you want the recipe for that, you do the same thing. So now, as long as we've got the materials, we can automatically craft the 4K components for us. And we don't have to manually do it. So let's take one out and it'll show it there as craft. And if we wanted to, we can go 3. And if we've got all the materials, that'll automatically craft 3 of those for us from scratch. Then, because we've got 3 of those, we can actually use it to upgrade into a 16K. So we can teach us the recipe for that as well, if we want to. So then it can automatically craft a 16K from scratch, which, you know what? Let's do that. There we go. That's a 16K from there as well. So if we plug that into the machine, it now automatically knows how to make a 16K drive. All we need to do is keep feeding it with the bits and pieces. So may as well just pop that into a storage and then put that in the machine as well. Now our system can hold a lot more items. And that is the basics of auto crafting with refined storage. Now on to some fun tasks. we've got to load up Britannia so we can get ready to start making flux networks and things like that in the future, because we want to be able to not have power cables running around everywhere. And let's face it, some of the Britannia mechanics are pretty cool, especially now that we can grow the flowers in the flower pot and then use some black flowers and a moderate amount of power and produce some mana for free. So may as well start hooking in. All right, it should be fairly easy to create a whole heap of floral fertilizer. 5 stacks of bone meal will do it, and you just pop 1 bone meal and 4 dyes, and you got your floral fertilizer. So that will help us find all the different flowers from Britannia. And all you do is just right click it on the ground, and you may as well spam it a whole heap because we need all the different colors, and sometimes it doesn't make them all at the same time. So I think that should be good. We need all 16 colors. We didn't want to do that. There we go. That should be all 16 colors. So what do we got? 7, 8, 9. No, that's 14, 15, 16. We got them all. And this is the bad boy we wanted. We've got all of those and we only got 1 out of the whole lot. All right. I'm going to grab a couple of things out of our EMC. And one of those is a pot. And the other one is some dirt. And we are going to grab a chest as well. We're going to get ourselves a few extra flowers. That needs to go there somewhere. Now these don't have EMC. We can't throw them in there, but we will have a chest that will store them. Hey Piggy, sorry, it's your turn to leave. And if we chuck that bad boy, that in there, that there, we can grow ourselves a few of these. Any second now. There we go, 46, 45 seconds, 44. Are these out of power? No. I guess that's too much burden on those machines, so we might need to throw a couple more power generators because they all should be on. And that should be pulling enough power. These have stalled. Interesting. Are they full? They're full. That's why. There we go. So what I'll do with these guys as well is I'll have a drawer system set up where all of these guys can go into a drawer and the seeds as well. And then I'll put a void on the seeds, even though we want to keep a few of them. And then some upgrade stacks on the other one. And then that'll be linked into our refined storage. And we'll auto craft it into the blocks. And then all the way up into, there we go. So we've got 32 black flowers already. Crafted all the way up into Insanium, which I did go ahead and do between episodes as well. And we have our master crystal somewhere hiding in here. There it is. Master infusion crystal. So it did go ahead and just craft them all up as they came through. As you can see, there's all those ones there, and we've got 10 supremium left. So we can keep working on that. But for now, let's just chuck all our flowers in here. We'll need a couple of them. Get started with Britannia. First one, going to be the white flower. And we need some shears. Shears. There we go. And we'll do the fun game that we always do with Britannia and shears. And, oh, might need some more bone meal. Not going to be in there. All we do is turn them into petals. Plant the petals. And I think in this one we don't even need. We can just run. And that will grow them as if bone meal was there. That'll be bone meal. And then we get 12 tall plants, which turn into 4 each. So now we've got 48 petals. So we can do the same again. There we go. And these will all grow into tall. Guess what? Shear them. And we've got a truckload of petals now. So that's the easiest way to grow a heap of petals. Normally you need bone meal. This pack you can just run. But what we need to do now is make a petal apothecary. And get to Britannia Inn. So, how do we make a pedal apothecary? Well, that's nice and easy. Just that. Boom, pedal apothecary. There is also something else I want to make, and it's just going to involve 6 buckets of water. And 3 dark matter. This will eliminate the need for us to ever carry a bucket of water again. Evertide amulet. Also don't need the shears anymore. Well, we might need for the other flowers, but I can go in there. And then what this does, just automatically fills up with water. That's a pretty neat trick, I would say. And that goes there, that goes there. So to make the flower to start off with, you just want to throw a couple of these in and then a seed. Boom. Now we've got a pure daisy. This also doesn't have EMC, so pretty much all of this is needed to be crafted. If you've got a free hand, you can just right-click the free hand and it'll drop all those petals in automatically. There we go. Boom and boom. So now we've got 4. That's what I like to put out. And yeah, basically what they will do is that they will turn stone and wood into living stone and living wood. Stone. Oak. Boom. We all know the drill. We've all done this a million times. Normally I like to embed them in the ground so you can just use a wand to cast it. But for this one, this first bit, I'll just pop these around so we can get as much of this happening as quick as we can. There we go. Yeah, normally I'll build underneath, so it's just made out of wood and stone, and then you can just wand it straight back up as soon as it turns into its own, each individual component. Hello? Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Hello? 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 All right, while we wait for that to brew, we need a few diamonds. We'll just grab that many to start with. And a few of those. And was it 4? Yep, there we go. And this will take a while. We may as well get it started now. But it's not showing me the percentage. Hopefully it's going to... Yep, they're pumping out as much as they can. That's awesome. That could be that we need faster pipe upgrades. Try and push that out as quick as we can. So that's just lucky that we have got that. And they are hiding. Well, there's the iron. We did have gold versions. Where are the gold versions? They're hiding on me now. Just search for pipe. Don't have gold versions. Oh well. Let's fix that. How do we upgrade that? So use. No, I don't want to do that. Use you. So use. So 4 gold, 4 redstone. Easy enough done. There we go. That should be more than enough upgrades for that. And shift right click them in, or you can open each one up individually and put them in manually. Now that should be cranking out as fast as we can get it. Yeah, you can see the power dropping now. So hopefully that will work nice and quick. But while we're at it, we've got this all done and dusted. So we can grab out our living rock and put our stone back down. I won't take us through the entire Britannia tutorial. I'm sure everybody has played with Britannia before. So we're all fairly familiar with how it works. But I just wanted to get up to having some mana pools and then waiting for our little friend over here to finish. We might need a lot more in there, but we've got the hardened rods in there, so it's probably going to take a while. Yeah. Once these bad boys are done, they will make Britannia a lot easier, because all we need is a mana pool. Two, actually. Let's grab two. It'll make life easier in the long run. And this, of course, isn't going to be the final setup for Britannia. We'll move a lot of the stuff that we've got sitting around here. So let's put that one there and that one there, just as it's where we need it type of situation. And that one's gone, so that one can have some more stone. Go, and then we just break that one. And it can have its wood back. Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Gonna take a while. At least the energy's coming out fairly steadily. Probably need a better system set up than that. And how are we doing up here? Why do you insist on spawning up here? You know what? I'll put a feral flare up here. There we go. We got plenty of them now. We shall never run out. Oh yeah, and I also did go ahead and make the infinite stake. So basically it's a, basically if you've got EMC, it never runs out. So you just constantly yum and yum. So it uses the same EMC, just a little bit of Eternalist fuel. It'll constantly keep it full and fed. All right, I'll sit my silent vigil here and wait for this to finish. And I'll bring you back when it's done. Alrighty, there we go. We have our target. Boom. The Blacker Lotus. So basically, if you get a little bit of mana in there, drop those in, it'll fill it up. Well, not fill it up, but it'll give it a considerable boost. So all we need to do is get our usual setup of a mana spreader and a couple of the, what do we usually use? Endo flames. Give them a little bit of coal, and then yeah, you'll have yourselves a heap of mana easily done. Thought I would start the process of getting a reactor going. So we just need the small capacitors, the dielectric casings, and some uraninite. And we should have everything on us for that. If we just go into there. Nope, I forgot to get a whole heap of the uraninite. My bad. So that should get us the starter and up to basic. Need 36 per reactor. And I don't think that'll get us a second one, will it? No, not quite. We need more of the uraninite. That's easily done. Grab a couple of stacks. Oop. There we go. So the two of those. Here we go. So 36 and 36, that should be 2 reactors. If we want to go to basic, we can then grab all of that. Just need the bigger capacitors. Go. And we probably could even go all the way to hardened. Oops. Need to do that. I wanted to use that recipe. Not that recipe. That recipe. So we're going to have a few extras of them. That's a bit annoying. But anyway, we can chuck them in a chest. What do we want to chuck them in a chest? We'll chuck them in the system. Get out of there. All right, let's make sure we got a heap of those hardened capacitors. Get rid of everything we don't need straight away. Capacitors. There we go. We should have plenty. And we go use. And I think we needed just a few more and a couple of casings. So capacitors and dielectric. There we go. And that should give us the last of the hardened. Oop, we want to go this way. And it doesn't look like in this pack we have to create them from the old system. We can just make new. So why don't we get a third? Oops, way too many. Never mind, we've got plenty now. So let's chuck all of those back in. And those capacitors. We'll need some uraninite. So we'll grab a few more stacks of that. Grab a couple of stacks of coal. And probably should be throwing this stuff in my backpack. So we'll throw the living wood in, throw the living wood like that, there, and that, and that, and that. There we go. Alrighty, so we'll grab a little bit more coal, and then we'll grab, well, I've got our Vulcan tied, our water amulet thingy. So that should be good. And this is supposed to be for our pot systems, but I want to see what happens, how these reactors work. Or why it's saying no to that spot. That's just the feral flare lantern playing havoc with that. Yeah, probably take a few seconds for that to die away. That's a bit annoying. All right, let's just fill this up. No, supposed to go on yet. We want you to have the coal. Oh, we needed redstone and a bucket of water, and we'll get some ice later on. Redstone blocks. Go. So because I put the fuel in first, it's not going to be utilizing the rest of the ingredients for maximum powerage. And our amulet should fill this one up as well. Yes, excellent. There we go. There we go. So it's all in, but it's not producing as much power as it should. We're generating 7k Fe per tick. That's not 3 bad. That's not 3 bad at all. Once we can get around where these placements want to go, we should be right. But I don't seem to want to be placing them in a good spot. So let's just jump down here and see if there's any down here it wants to place. Of course not. You know what? It's probably because there's not enough in my hand to place them. Just to be annoying. Yeah, it was. So there's another one. There's another one. And why not? We'll chuck that last one there. So we'll give you that. And that. There we go. And also if you turn this on, it'll turn the power off when it reaches full and it'll stop burning fuel. I forgot to do that bit. So you can have that and half of that. That. You can have your fuel. You can do the block. We got the water in. We got the fuel in. There we go. Alrighty. So now this one with all of it is producing 12k. So not 3 bad. So once we get these systems all hooked up to each other and our flux networks is cranking, we're not going to have an issue sending power anywhere else because, oh, it's dropping. We do need a better coolant. So an average of about 10k per system, and we've got 4. We're currently producing with all this system here, probably about 3k, so maybe not even that. So definitely a very big improvement. and one that we should get these cables linked up, as much of the mana crystal, mana lotus thingies as we can to progress our Britannia a lot faster. I haven't done a great deal between episodes, but I did do a little bit, so I'll show you quickly what I did do. We've got the Sky set up now properly, and I took all the power out of there and ran cables through and just had the reactors set up down here. So they are all running down here. What I will do, once we get a few more reactors as well, I'll have a couple of the EMC blocks that can export an item, and I'll have 4 items, one for ice, one for redstone blocks, one for coal blocks, and one for uraninite, just to export to all the reactors so they are fully automated and need no more maintenance or anything like that on them. And I'll probably have another row of reactors depending on how much power we do need. And then this side here, I will have a draw wall for all of our mystic pots that we'll have up here. But I did go ahead and make a few as well. So we've got iron essence in here. We've got tin essence there. We've got copper essence there. We've got coal essence there. We've got redstone essence there. Now, these will help in the production of EMC a little bit, but that's not the main reason I've made them. The main reason I've made these guys is that we need 6 of these essences to be able to upgrade our tier 1 mini catalysts to medium catalysts. And the only other one we're missing is, I didn't pop it in here, I popped it in the, when I can fly, popped it in the storage system over here, and it is hiding in amongst this stuff. Where are we? Let's just look up. Okay, I didn't hide it in here. Where did I hide it? In my box of goodies over here, I guess. I did. It is soul jars that require a soulium dagger, and then each time you kill a mob with that dagger, it adds a little bit of their soul into here. The other way to do it is by getting a soul extraction machine and then just chucking in bone, and that will give you, or chucking in bone or skulls, or even the arrows, and they will give you as much of the essence, I guess, or soul that we need to fill up those 4 jars to get those seeds made, and then we can progress from there. So let's get those done and get that essence maker thingamajiggy up and running. And also, we've got 3 new plants to go ahead and plant up there as well. And they are blazing crystal, spirited crystal, and niotic crystal. So we've got 3 more pots, so we can get those all planted in. And let's forget that we didn't bring any chests with us for a second. Plant those guys in. And we should probably go and make the seeds first, shouldn't we? That'll be a good idea, Funder, you twit. Yeah, I bought the ice off the Wandering Trader, in case you're wondering where I got ice from. I bought the ice off Wandering Trader, but I did set this up so you can actually get snow. Then you can make... whoops. No, I want you to stop doing that. Please stay together. That's alright, we can make it again. We got our essence back. There we go. Yeah, so you can make, that'll turn into snow blocks, and then you can turn those snow blocks into ice later on. So what we need is making these seeds. So that's 4 essences of that, and I believe that is the blazing. And the seeds. There we go. So now we don't have to worry about making blazing crystals anymore through the, whatchamacallit. And we also don't have to worry about making any more of the niotic or spirited, because these guys will provide all we need. Helps if you put a seed up there, Thunder. There we go. There's those guys. And then when that one's done, we can make our last set there. And then the only thing we need after that is niotic crystals, which we need a nether star for, which won't be too far away. We'll be definitely cranking into that one very, very shortly. There we go. So we got all three of those. Let's get ourselves a couple of chests. Not out of there. Let's chuck it out of here. And a couple of gold chests. There we go. Alrighty. And then we chuck our Supremium farmland in. And then one of each seed. Bam. Whabam. And whabam. Alrighty. Now we just need one more pot down there for that row to be complete. Have you got anything else that you can offer me? Doesn't look like it. Coral blocks, that'd be alright. Maybe. Alright, so we'll get a pot ready and we'll get the Supremium soil. And we've got a Mark III pot. I did go ahead and make that, but their EMC isn't much different, but their power consumption is massively different. So we do, don't need that. We do need some Supremium soil, which it's already in the recipe. Good job. And now we just need to go ahead and get the, not the seed reprocessor, we need a soul. Oh, no. Yes. Soul extractor. That's what we needed. So iron, some soulium ingots, a machine frame, which is iron and then a block. So it's easy done. So there we go. Then a soul extractor. I think we just need 2 more daggers because I think that will count or should count. All right. Okay, we need that. Don't have any sticks in the system. It's going to be so much easier when I get that machine that shows me everything in the system. Bam. Whabam. And need 2 more soulium. Need 2 more prosperity. There we go. And 2 more soulium. There we go. And final step. Bam. Soul extractor. So let's get some bones. Don't think that'll work. And let's see how this works. See if we can just stick a stack of bones in there. I'll just chuck it right there for a second. Just to see, yep, that's got power. We chuck that in and that in. There we go. So that'll just fill that up. And then we can chuck in another jar when it's full. And then we can make our seed with that, which I do believe is skeleton seeds. So it's just tertium, which we should have plenty of that. Yeah, perfect. 4 of them. And do we have any more seeds? We do. Go. And what this will do will help us get to the end of tier 1's slower EMC production. There we go, 1 jar full. I also went ahead and made a few endo flames. Nope, let's cut that bit out. All right, need to make a few mana spreaders. So let's get those in. And we just need the base versions for now. So we'll grab 3 of them. And I've already gone ahead and made some endo flames off camera, but we can get these mana spreaders down nice and easy. Which way do they face when you put them down? Good, they face into it. And put that one there. Get it nice and close. And that one there. Might pick this one up and move it along. can sit over there. And then we can go. Do 8 on each one. Voila. And then we just need a wand of the forest. We can make sure that those spreaders are up where they're meant to be. All right, what color will it give us? White. That'll do. Well, they can all go back in, actually. Don't need all of those, so there we go. We've got the wand of the forest, and let's change jars out. It should be full. There we go. Looks like we should get it, hopefully. And all we need to do is make sure that these are aligned in. So you face that, you face that, and you face that. And then we can just throw a bit of fuel down. And these guys will start eating that fuel up and converting it into mana. And the good news is we have these, excuse you. Yeah, better. We have those black lotuses, so we can drop those in. Watch the mana. So we got just right on the edge. You can just see mana. Look at that. Massive chunk of mana. Look at that. Nearly half a mana pool. So we have, in just a few seconds, already got enough mana to make Terra Steel. I'm happy with that. Alright, are we nearly ready with this? Oh, getting close. 7.5. Alright, I guess we better make ourselves a runic altar, because the item that I want to get out of Britannia is made on the runic altar. We better do that. We need the living rock. We need a diamond. Throw it in the mana pool. We've got a couple just in case. Oh. Oh. There we go. Let me just, oh, bye. Hazardous to your health, Randy. Alright, chuck that bad boy in there. And we've got ourselves the runic altar. Perfect. Alright, we might get one more mana spreader. So we can send the mana from this pool into the runic altar. And what I want out of it is flux dust. So I need 3 dielectric paste, 1 obsidian, and 3 redstone gets me 16 dust. Now we can use that to make a block of flux, and then we can use that block of flux with obsidian on top to make a heap more. So we really need to do this once. As you can see, as long as you've got bedrock or a flux block, you can use obsidian to crush redstone into flux. So we just need this this runic altar recipe once. So we better get some dielectric paste. Dielectric paste. Can't remember, but wasn't as much as that. We needed a block of obsidian. That's a furnace. We don't want to use that. Block of obsidian and some redstone. That's not how you spell stone. Not how you spell redstone. There we go, and we'll grab a few of that as well. So we'll go and set this altar up. Didn't think this one out too well, did you, Thunder? That's all right. We'll plonk that bad boy not there. You know what? Fine, whatever. And you can go to this altar. We're going to lose a bit of mana in the distance, but that's all right. That's going to point to that, and then now we should just be able to. I think it was 3. 3 of them, an obsidian, and 4 of these. There we go. Now it is sending that mana through. I don't know if we need to do anything else with it or it'll just work. So we do need to fall off the edge. We do need actually a bit of living stone. So let's grab that. As you can see, all that water's now turned to snow. So that's how you would normally get it in the pack. Then we just throw that on there. I said throw that on there and hit it with the wand. Boom. We have our flux dust. Why am I having trouble saying that? Flux dust. So that is all we needed from that. How are we going from this? That jar's done. Last jar. Excellent. Now let's get these on the pedestals as well. And then our tertium. We're just waiting on that last jar. And one may as well chuck the seed on as well. Then we're really cooking with gas. So let's get some of this stuff back away. Oh, we're going to need some ender pearls. Grab a few stacks and some blaze. Grab a few stacks. Now we also will need a lot of that converted in. Go. And a lot of that converted over. We'll do a full stack. That should be enough for now. Then to get a block, we need these guys. So we'll have to grab a... Hello? Oh, hi. How you doing? Wasn't very nice. Was a bit rude. Wow. I come to your place and shoot you in the face. Yep. All right, let's get some obsidian. And that should be what we need to make quite a few of these. Excuse you. And is that enough to make the block? I think it is. Oh yeah, there we go. We still got 7 dust left. Excellent. So I guess we better grab some more obsidian. And copious amounts of redstone is on the menu. And let's see if we can do this. Usually like to try and do it near a wall somewhere. So block down. Oh, I should have moved that over there. The reason being is if we put that there, we can put the obsidian block on that and leave that gap there. And then worst part is some of it might start coming back in if I wait too long. I'm going to try and get all of this in there as quick as I can. Then we right click. Left click. Boom. Oh, it didn't convert all of it. That was rude. What did we get? A couple of stacks at least. Well, at least we know it does a couple of stacks at a time, so we don't need to waste our time chucking all of them in. So let's try that again with a few stacks. There we go. Still got more redstone back for that. That's all right. At least we can convert it as much as we need whenever we need it to. Let's chuck that in. Boom. That'll do it, I think. We'll leave that one there. We'll leave that one in a chest in here next to the bed, just as safekeeping in case we run out and accidentally use the last one. There we go. And that should get us into Flux Networks. So we can use these guys, make this, and we chuck all of that in. We should get a stack. There we go. We can use those, make plugs and controllers. So what do we got? Need heaps of blocks. Let's put a few of those in. We're going to need a heap of this stuff. We've only got 16 blocks, so that'll get us the controller. We won't. We need more of these. We'll get another couple of stacks. And that'll get us the controller. What else will we need? Storage? Why not? We don't have any glass panes. The pane? Ha! Ba-dum. Weren't expecting a dad joke there, were you? Boom, boom. There we go. So we've got storage, we've got controller. Now we need a plug, so that adds energy to the network. And then we need points, which will take it out of the network, which is those guys. We don't have any redstone blocks. We can remedy that straight away. There we go. Should just need that. Go. So now we can get rid of all of those furnaces everywhere if we wanted to, and just link up the power directly from our reactors. We don't need to have power going everywhere, except for you don't want to have a plug on every single one of these. So once we get into mechanism and get the really cool pipes, we'll plug it into that, or we can just plug it straight into there. So that's no dramas at all. Let's take this little bad boy though and put it right there. And we will set ourselves a network. Create new network. I like purple. That'll do. We don't need it. Just do that. There we go. We are on a network. So we can disable the limits. We don't need chunk loading. Perfect. We are online. We can throw our controller in our room. There we go. Select our network. And we're online. And we can chuck in a storage as well. Same again. Select our network. Disable limits. That should start filling up. Weird. Anyway, we've got wireless now. We won't get through the whole chapter on that though, because it is very expensive to get the next tier, because you need 6 of the first tier. And then to get one of the next tier, you need 6 of those. So you need 36 standard ones, and each one of those has 6 flux blocks in it. So it takes a lot of resources to get to that last one. And all you get out of it is something cool. See? A nitro reactor. So it would be lovely to get through it all, but that will definitely be coming up shortly. All right, that skeleton thing should be done now. We should go and get our seeds, crank that up, and get our crystals upgraded. So let's make the item we need, the catalytic converter. So we need one of each dimensional, or one of each resource generator, a biocatalyst, a dimensional one, and then just one of each resource. So let's go to catalyst. There's a tier 2, a tier 1, and a tier 3. And then we needed the biocatalyst, and then we need a resource. Need one tier 3, one dimensional, bio, tier 1, and a tier 2. And that should be everything we need. There we go. So the cataclysmic, yeah, that thing. That should give us all the power we need. I don't know if it needs power or not. Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it. But we can upgrade these guys to another tier, and we'll get those auto processing later on through our drawers and things that we'll have set up. But for now, we've got our last soldier that can go on and push our button, and nothing worked. Why did nothing work? What? I probably used the wrong seed. It needs a solium seed base. My bad. Let's go scrounge one of those up. Solium seed base. Bam. There we go. So put those on, put the jar back, and still nothing happened. Under, you're a twit. Alright, there we go. First time it's full. Yeah. None of these shenanigans. Right, there we go. Now there is our last essence we needed. Booyah. So we can take this bad boy and plug her in. Boom. And we probably should have got a chest for that, shouldn't we? There we go. So that bad boy will produce us some skeleton essence. And then we need all this we can start grabbing. Not the seeds, we don't need those anymore. But all of that, that'll come in handy. It should just be that. Now we've got a heap of blazing crystals we can work with to upgrade all our stuff if we want. Which we will. And yeah, especially our little zappy thing, so we can get a lot more of the blacker lotuses if we need to. And then we'll go to diamond, and then we'll go to emerald, so we can get a lot of the faster things. So we got one iteration. We do need a few more of those, so we'll grab one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those. So that should give us everything we need there, except for the skeleton. We just need one more. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. While we're waiting for that, I'll go and get us a mini catalyst. U1 mini. There we go. So we get one of those, and I'll show you how this thing works. There we go. So we need to stack each of these essences. And when you put them all in, and then throw in the catalyst, it takes all those and gives us a tier 1 catalyst instead of the mini. So when you look at this, it actually gives you the medium resource capsule, which gives you full ingots of iron, 6 bits of coal instead of 3, and 6 bits of redstone. But we don't want just that. If we wait and get another set, so one of those, one of those, one of those, one of those, and we got to wait for 2 iterations of that. Why are you here? Away. Go on, clear off. This guy's got some beats happening. Oh yeah, it's also pretty funny if you turn on your ring and turn it back off. Turn it on and back off. Turn it on and back off. And on and back off. Alright, dude, you're annoying me now. Thank you. Alright, there we go. So now that we got the tier 1 catalyst, we can chuck it in here with another bunch of the essences. Oh, we're missing... What are we missing? Iron. How did we miss iron? There we go. Boom. It'll take all of those and turn it from a tier 1 resource into a large catalyst. And then when you use this bad boy in the machines, it produces the large resource capsule, which gives you full blocks of the resource. So finally, we can start getting into blocks of iron instead of coal and get our EMC production up massively. But as I said, we need to sort of automate this bad boy a little bit and extract all of the items we need from these pots into the machine and export a resource catalyst in. And then so it can just keep upgrading from tier 1 to tier 2 and then pull in tier 2 into another one to upgrade it to the top level. So, yeah. I think what we might do is grab some pipes. I don't think I want to do it right there, but we do want to get a few of these guys set up. So I'll start popping in a few just as a basic setup, and we'll go from there. So pipe, I'll grab those. No, we don't want the gold. We'll grab the diamond so we can filter it better. And then that, and then why didn't I learn that in the EMC machine? You know what? I'm sick of coming back here. Let's just get the tablet that I learnt that can come with us. So we've got EMC on the run everywhere now. So this bad boy, go in there. We can grab another copy and put one there and one there. And from here we can extract into that one. And from here we'll need to ignore those other chests. Yep. So we'll run it there, but we'll tell that to go away. We don't want any... No, we do want that one. My bad. We want that one. We want to extract, 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 extract. And then we don't want that. We want to extract into there. So how's that going? Okay, so it's not smart. It doesn't know. So we're going to have to filter. So this one, add... Going to add skeleton to this one as a whitelist. Why did I throw that away? Let's try that again. Add skeleton. So the only thing it'll take is that. Right. Now this one, we want iron. The only thing in here it will take is the iron essence. And in here again, oh, we need I don't know why that was hard to see. Tin. We need tin essence. Submit. And copper. We need to add copper. Coal. Redstone. So you get the picture. Add coal. And redstone. So that's all that should bring in. The problem is it's going to just constantly pull it in. Oh, that didn't work. They just, these machines aren't smart enough to only accept one of each stack, and it just fills up everything and keeps filling up and filling up and filling up. So that's not going to work. We may have to use XNet where we tell it to only have one stack at a time of each one in the system. So we'll pull it into a drawer and then export it from the drawer system out. And tell XNet only one at a time, and then that will work just fine. But I don't have time to get all that sorted out today, unfortunately, so that's going to have to be a next episode. And if you've got any other ideas on how to do this one a bit easier, chuck them in the comments down below. Let me know how I can automate this system a bit better, because I do want to get a couple of rows of the iron blocks going, and then I'll also, off camera, make all the seeds for the next chapter, or for the next part of Mystical, which is the tier 2 resources, which is the lead, the gold, the nickel, the silver, the lapis, and the diamonds. And I'll probably also make the tier 3, which is osmium, platinum, uranium, aluminium, emerald, and uranium, and get those in the plants, just as you've seen me do with these ones. So it won't be anything exciting. It'll just be literally that machine over there, popping a seed, making a new thing, popping it in. So it won't be that exciting, but I'll get those done. So we've got all of the tier resources on growing, and then yeah, we can start making our tier 3 catalysts and tier 2 catalysts upgraded, and then we can start getting EMC production through the roof. I know there is a little bit of a glitch where you can convert with your Philosopher's Stone. You can convert 1 emerald back to 2 diamonds, and because of the downgrade of the emerald's EMC, you get about 16,000 EMC every time you do that. I did, in a test world, chuck it into a sequential fabricator with the highest level of EMC link that it could take. I upgraded it all the way to the highest tier speed and put the extra flux linkages in as well. And so it was cranking up as fast as it could. And just one of those, exporting as many emeralds as I could into one of those and converting it and spitting out diamonds into another EMC catchment. I was making around about 146,000 EMC every second. So it is definitely a worthwhile glitch once you can get up to it if you wanted to give it a crank. But I don't think I'll get into it this series, but it's certainly one to do if you want to get a bucket load of EMC nice and quick, because you could literally have as many of those setups as you want. So 10 of those and it's 1.5 million EMC every second. That's going to get you into the billions and trillions that you need in not too long. But yeah, we'll stick to doing it the natural way for a bit and crank into some Ender Dragon eggs, which we will do next episode, which I have planned to jump into the end and kill the Wither, as well as killing the Ender Dragon, and using another way to generate their resources, which is hostile neural networks now. And yeah, be generating those guys there to make the nether stars and some dragon breath and eggs and things like that. But we will also be using the mystical agriculture to get our dragon eggs cranking as much as we can. I'll have a full setup in probably, not sure if I'll have these pots going, but probably will, tier 4 pots with some nitro reactors in a compact machine. Fill it up as much as I can with that. And each dragon egg is about 200-something thousand EMC, and you can produce a dragon egg every few, or you can produce 10 eggs every couple of seconds with a good enough system. So you're getting in around about 1 million EMC every second with just a small setup of those dragon eggs. So we should be cranking it up nice and big if we fill up the largest size machine, the compact machine, with as much of them as we can, with as many nitro reactors as we can. So looking forward to it. As you can see, I was a little busy. I got all the other seeds put in. So we're now up to our mystical agriculture has been completed. So I went ahead and did that. And if we have a quick look at our quest book, we can see that mystical agriculture is now done. Just went ahead and got the lead, the diamond, basically all of those guys. And that gave us the reward for mystical agriculture being complete, which is just a couple of catalysts. So it's nothing major that's fantastic, but it certainly helps getting a few of those. And I also went ahead and got the flux networks one done, and just made a heap of flux just to basically get it done and knock it out of there. So we go all the way up to the gargantuan storage now. So we may as well go and claim our reward for that as well, which just so happens to be a nice little 97.71 million EMC. Just a little bit of a helping hand for that one. Now, I also went ahead and finished off the conversions for the... where are they? Catalytic conversion. So basically the same as we did for tier 1. Pop in those resources and we get the medium and then the large. And then I did that for tier 2 and tier 3. So basically exactly the same thing. We just did it with the different resources from there. So we may as well go ahead and claim the reward for that as well. And there we go. That's another nice 970 million EMC. So we can chuck those bad boys into our tablet and watch our go from 98 to a billion, 1.1 billion EMC. Pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with that. But today's goal, getting into hostile neural networks and killing the Ender Dragon and the Wither, so we can start producing their resources. And I think what I want to do first, though, is now that we've got the EMC, excuse me, chicken, is to get ourselves that block that lets us see all the items in the EMC table in our refined storage. So I want to get that started, but we did need a few resources from that bad boy behind us there. But we've got all that done now, so we can hook in. Alrighty, what we needed was 4 of the Mark 6 and then 2 of the tier 3 medium resources. So we have our Mark 6s somewhere. There we go. Now that we can get that, we've got 4 Mark 6s and we needed a couple of those capsules, which I put the medium and a large in each of these. So there is our medium. And I put the larges in here, so I just left them running. Probably get a drawer for that. I did get a drawer for these guys, so we can make blocks of iron straight out of there. What I'll do as well is I'll change these blocks here. Instead of compacting drawers, they'll just go to one of the EMC links, so I can just pump the EMC straight in. And we'll probably change one row at a time. And yeah, see how we go. May need to just do a full new setup because we'll need to pull it into a fabricator to change the tier 2 medium and large capsules into what they produce in the sequential fabricator. So not too complicated, but I think we just need some alchemical chests. So for that we'll need some covalent dust, which I did make the high, medium and low. That is basically like the really simple ingredients for making these guys. Like it's literally 8 cobble, 1 coal, and this is golden redstone, and this one is a diamond and coal. So super simple ingredients there. And how do we make the alchemical chest? Basically, we just need that recipe. We just need a diamond, which I don't have any in there for some reason. Let's just get a stack out of there. Put those in there and make ourselves an alchemical chest. We'll have 2 of those. We don't need to make 2, but we will. And we can load it. We can have as many as we want. So these guys are really cool. Pretty big chests, can store a lot of stuff. And one other cool thing about those guys is if you make this thing a repair talisman, you can stack as many of those guys in the chest as you want to repair your tools quicker. So let's have a look. Repair talisman. Oh, we don't have string or paper. Interesting. Interesting. We should have a bit of sugarcane there, though. There we go. So we'll clear that and get ourselves a bit of paper. Rightio, let's get that one now. This is just a cool little trick you can use from EMC. But these guys, oh, I don't have EMC in this pack. Interesting. I usually like wearing one of these on me at a time. But say, for instance, our pick is down to that much durability. If you chuck all of those guys in and chuck that in, it'll go up massively. As you can see, the EMC building, which means the what do we call it? The repair value is going up a lot faster. That's one good trick about the alchemical chests. It won't work on normal chests. It'll only work on the alchemical chests. The other ones will just look at you funny. But there we have it. But yeah, for some reason, they've taken the EMC out of the repair talisman. So that's an interesting choice. Alrighty. Now, we better get ourselves the recipe for this bad boy. There we go. And I also, in the last episode, after the last episode, did make this drawer wall down here and put all of our ingredients that we're making in there so far and linked it up with an external storage bus, which is what we're going to do over here. So I figured we'd just do it over here instead. So we want an external storage. There we go. And we just need a destruction core. There we go. External storage. And this bad boy should just be able to be linked straight into our system now, which we'll put it right there. And boom, that's our EMC linked in. And that should give us everything in our tablets. Ta-da! It's going to be so much easier for crafting everything. There we go. Got to love it. So now we can get rid of that off there. And we need to make ourselves the deep learner first. So we don't have any of this, but let's do this. And yep, that's what we needed. I wonder if we have to teach it all these bits and pieces now. Yeah, I'd say we would have to. And there we go. I'm actually going to grab 2 of these because I want at least 4 of each one. So now we can actually make, they don't stack either. So 4, so that'll be for the Ender Dragon, and that will be for the Wither. Rightio. Now, prediction matrices we don't need straight away, but this is what the machine runs on. So it needs electricity, and they're the components that go in and get used. So simulation chamber, we just need one of these bad boys. So let's hook that back into the EMC table. There we go. So this is what will actually run the program that will let us get the loot out of it. And this is the machine that will give us the loot from there. So we'll have probably 4 of those going. So 2 machines going into the loot fabricators at once. Maybe even only 2 of these. So 1 set in. Depends how quick they make the loot compared to how quick we get the perfect matrices. So we'll see how that one pans out. But in order to get there, we better get an end cake. So we need some eyes of ender. So let's get a few stacks of that now. And then we can get the end crystals. We do have the gas tiers. We'll get a few of those because we may need to kill it a few times. And we'll need to reset each time. You know what? Let's just do a bit more. It's only EMC. Alrighty, and then, oh, we need to make a cake. Ah, we don't have a milk bucket. We better get a milk bucket. At least I can hear some moo cows out there. So let's go get ourselves a nice heaping helping vial of liquid cow stuff. Thank you. And that can go in. And we needed that sugar cane to make ourselves a little bit of sugar as well. Where did we put it? It's probably going to be way down the list now. Too many things to go through. Better to search for it. Just get a stack of that. We don't want too much of it. And there we go. We got ourselves a cake. And we've got ourselves an end cake. Wow. So, I'm not sure if I did show it or not, but I did go into the nether and get the tier, or the higher grade nether capsules, so we can get netherite and gas tiers and all that stuff. So, where is our dimensional resources? So yeah, it's just putting the skull on top and the EMC link underneath. That gives you the advanced capsules, which gives you all of that. And now we're on our way to go on to the end, where we can start getting some end capsules as well. And that'll give us ender pearls, chorus fruit, and shulker shells. We can also crank that up as well to have the, let's see what we need for the end. So advanced ender capsules need a steel casing on the bottom and a dragon head on top. So definitely something to look out for there. And then the end capsules produce things in larger quantities, as well as being able to produce draconium. So awesome. That's something to look forward to as well. And then once we get the dragon eggs, we can... placing a dragon egg in dimensional resource generator will speed up the machine. Huh. There you go. Interesting. Maybe that's why we need a heap of dragon eggs, so we can produce the resources faster. Nice. And then we can get our chaos shard a little bit later on. That should be fun, but we'll need to be fully decked out in draconian stuff for that, I would imagine. So that could be a little bit of fun coming shortly. But we better get into the end. And we haven't even got ourselves some enchanted gear, so probably should do that too. We've got enough levels. Actually, if only there was some armor that was a little bit better. Something like Supremium. And a Supremium sword. That seems to be some decent damage. I wonder if we can make some better armor. Also might make this red matter guitar. Seems to be a good little addition to the crew. Get all the dark matter ones first. And then back into the guitar. Good pinpoint, bookmark it, I should say. Then we can start working on the red matter versions. Hello, I just put you in the system. Bit weird. Strange. Not picking it up. On each of these, please. That's probably because they need charging. It's the NBT data. Of course. That's all right. We can do it the easy way. And an axe. And the shears. Cheers, buddy. And the hoe. Right. Now, if we teach it to here, get them anytime we want. Here we go. And we should be able to make this bad boy. There we go. Now, I believe the charge is V, but that looks like it's already done. So let's test it out on this unsuspecting chap. Looks pretty good to me. All right, let's find out what the conflict is, though. Controls. That's better. Charge, set to numlock. Let's change that to maybe decimal point. There we go. That should work. And G is the change mode. So slay all, slay any hostile, slay all. So let's say slay hostile. And let's charge this bad boy up. There we go. And if we pop down into here, Why is it not doing what should be doings? Let's have a look again. Category, project. See if that works. Oh, that's going to cause issues. Let's fix that. Let's change that to... Of course not. course not. Why does everything have a function in this one? No, we are. I guess that'll work. There you go. So that is the function of the guitar. Boom. All right, now we just need a bit of a ranged weapon, which I guess our Archangel's Smite will do the trick. And I did go ahead and make the gem armor. I couldn't get the gem pants because it needs a little bit more EMC than what we currently have. So that one actually does have EMC. I don't believe the rest did. No, gem doesn't. That doesn't. And, oh, the boots actually do. Oh, there you go. So let's put them in there, just in case we lose it all. But the pants themselves needed the Watch of Flowing Time. And in this one, it needs lime matter, green matter, sorry, which is 1.1 billion EMC each. So a little bit out of our reach at the moment for those guys. But that should give us plenty of protection against the Ender Dragon and the Wither. So I guess there's only one thing to do. Go hunt them down. All right, let's head in to the end. There we go. I was going to say, and of course we're trapped underground, but we're not. Let's go give this dragon a bit of grief, hey? Get our Archangel's Smite there so we can hopefully shoot some projectiles in. There we go. What do you want? I don't know if I even have bottles learnt to get some Ender Air or Dragon Breath bottles. Huh. Excuse you. Thank you. Alright, that's it. Let's see if we've got any bottles in our system. We don't. What a shame. That's alright. Let's go set these guys up. Hold still. Thank you. Oh, stop moving. Come here, little one. One more. Come on. There we go. Now we can set those in our first hub. Thank you. And the other guys can go back into our backpack. And should just be able to put that in our offhand. Let's give the dragon a bit of grief. You won't get away. I've got homing arrows and a bloody big sword. Just accept your fate and be done. Yeah, I can fire them as fast as you. Well, there is the noise machine done and dusted. Oops, fell in there. That's not what we wanted to do. There we go. Ender Dragon is ended. He's an ended dragon. Probably should get a magnet or something, eh? Wait, I just made some black hole bands. Really? I didn't even put it in. Under you're a twit. Well, there is our reward. Happy about that. And of course we want the egg. Where did it bugger off to? Right there. So let's see if we can hover just above and pick up this torch. Hey. Of course, you have to dig under it. Pop a torch down and then break the block. Boom. Egg is pick-it-upable. And that should also have EMC. So dragon scales don't. Draconium dust does. Boom. Dragon hearts don't. So we need to farm the hearts. But the dragon egg certainly does. Booyah. Alright, and that should have given us 1 kill of the ender dragon. So, got to do that another 5 times, as you can see from our model up in the corner, up the top left-hand corner there. So, I'll see you in a bit. And finally, last time I have to hear that noise. Oh, that's loud. Awesome. For some reason I didn't pick up one of the hearts and it didn't stay there. It just spawned a new one. And so I missed out on one of the dragon hearts, which is... Excuse you. Are you sure that's how you want to play this? Yeah, I didn't think so. I think they're better than everyone. Silly Enderman. Anyway, as I was saying, it didn't stay there, so I missed out on one. So I've only got 4 dragon hearts. I think, unless I put 2 away. No, I only got 4 dragon hearts, so I must have missed out on a couple. But we can chuck all that in. And that can go into the EMC. Oh, that can go in there as well. And there we go. That in, that in, that in. And may as well chuck that in as well. Alright, so we may as well chuck the shaders in there and that in there. Now it's time to summon this thing. So I wonder if we've got any witherproof blocks in this pack. Let's have a look. Tinted glass. Tough enough to stand withers. And it's coal and glass. Fine, we can do that at home. Witherproof. Tinted glass. There we go. We'll grab 2 stacks of that. That should be enough. Go build a wither platform over here somewhere, just as a temporary fix. And we'll go that wide. Internal of 5. Awesome. And better go. So we're not going to need 5, are we? Only need 3 internal. 3 by 2 internal. Yeah, that'll do. Probably would have been easier if I just got a wand, wouldn't it? Let's just build this out here so it doesn't blow up all of our grass and stuff. That means you've got to go in there. Alright, this is always hard to see, but I think we've got it. So, then we should be able to go bam, bam, and let's get these guys out so we can get our, nope, that goes down there, so we can get our model done. Right. Boom. So bam, 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 bam. Let's just back out of there. And that can go in that one. Yeah, didn't think so, buddy. Yay, another star. Alright, so there we go. We got 5 remaining of those guys. Is it even hurting? Like, Doesn't look like my hearts are going down. That's funny. Weird. Oh, if I die, then we know it was. We should seal that doorway up. Just like that. There we go. That was even easier. We'll just do that a few times. That's why I love Project E. And no. Okay, a couple more times, and then this fella's going down as well. I built 2, that would have been fun. Let's see if it'll work. I don't think I left enough room in there to build 2 at once. No, it doesn't look like it. That's okay. And you got to do it one more time after this. Hurry up, we haven't got all day. Sheesh. I didn't think we weren't on a time limit or something. Alright, buddy. You're the last one we need. We can always come back and just knock you over for fun. Because it is kind of fun just going like that. All the grief you give me in vanilla. Quit. Oh. And because we've killed him 6 times, we've got 6 nether stars. We can use 4 of those to make a seed. And never run out of them again. Or we can chuck it into our simulation chamber, which let's just plug her in down here somewhere where there's power. It's not really. We do have power in our flux networks because I plugged it into this control, this cable. But it's not producing very much very fast. It's only the hardened reactor, and it's only on the basic tier pipes. But for some reason, it wouldn't work on these guys. But let's just chuck a simulation chamber down there and a loot fabricator there, just for experimentation purposes. And let's see, I don't think we made the prediction matrix. Let's make some now. It's got EMC, so that's handy. And we'll grab a couple of stacks. We'll grab 4 stacks. Because we'll set up a couple of machines. What do you want, Mr. Creeper? How are these guys even getting in my base? Go away. Alright, so I'll put that there and we'll put another one there. And we'll chuck in one of those. And one of those. And we'll keep 2. We'll keep those in there and we'll chuck this one in here for now. And that'll start running. Then which one had the, yeah, that's the Ender Dragon. So we want to open that one up. Take one of those out and chuck you in there. Right. Now we've got our matrices in. Energy level's critical, hey? It's not drawing enough power out of this. And it should be, unless all of my systems are down. Okay, so that's producing 12. Oh, that's out of lots of stuff. Okay, that's not good. Guess we burnt through the power quicker than I thought. So coal, let's get a heap of that back in the system. And red, get a heap of that back in. And uraninite. Make sure we are all stocked up on that. So let's fill you up with everything. Cool. Let's fill you up with everything. Cool. Let's fill you up with everything. And I did go ahead and make some spirited reactors as well. So we got 3 spirited reactors running down here. So let's chock you up with everything. And let's chock you up with everything. Right. Now we should be getting some power upstairs. So that's why it's important to automate that and get those EMC blocks down there to fill everything back in. So cannot begin simulation because you're boring. There we go. Now you've got your simulation module in, and it's only got a 5% chance to win or to work. So, but it will generate over time, and then it'll produce that stuff for these guys. And eventually the percentage goes up, and energy levels critical. You've got plenty. Interesting. So it's running, but it's not running. I need more reactors because weird. Let's put the prediction matrix in. See, now the message is right. Awesome. So maybe it was just being weird, and it was still running. So that was very strange. But what we're waiting for is a yes, the prediction. Perfect. So that bad boy can go in a loot fabricator. Then you get to choose your loot. So we can get 16 dragon breath or a dragon egg. So we'll go with 16 dragon breath for now, just because we don't have it. But then when the next one becomes perfect, we will just get dragon eggs because we no longer need that. And did we get one of these bad boys? Not yet still. Wow. Okay, interesting. I thought at least we would have got one. Well, I guess we will just have to wait for a little while and see what happens. All right. Well, it doesn't seem to want to pop out one of those predictions as yet. So we'll just chuck all of this gear back in, and we'll just keep waiting for that one to appear. And these generalized ones, you can actually use them for all different sorts of things as well. So you can still create nether stars out of them, just like this. Boom, we've got 24 nether stars now. So I think that's a pretty good deal. And we're going to use at least one of them in our energizing orb with a block of blazing crystal, 2 redstone blocks, and a nether star. And then we won't have to worry about them anymore. So there's that. Where's our blazing? We have just a bit of it due to our plants producing a lot. So there is a block. And then we should just need 2 blocks of redstone. I think we can accommodate that as well. There we go. Let's put those in, the nether star in, and the blazing crystal in. Let's go and make some stuff and things. I did upgrade these guys as well to spirited, so they should run nice and quick. There we go. As you can see, it's already at 2% out of 20 million. As I said, this pipe here doesn't work that great, but it's producing 13k. This can handle 9. So there's not a massive difference. But I should probably get into the basics of mechanism, just so I can upgrade these pipes, because they seem to be the best ones around for power with flux networks. So probably we'll do that next episode. Just jump into mechanism and get that sort of knocked over. But what else do we have on the agenda today? That was it. So, all right, let's check if we've got our prediction matrix. Yes, we've got 3 of them now. So we can chuck one of those in there and it'll ask us what we want to make. Pretty sure it's nether stars. So that's what we will be making out of this one. Not that we need to, but hey, just in case. You never know when nether stars will come in handy, especially for backpack upgrades, builders, dimensional cards, you know, just the odd thing here and there like draconic cores. You never know. Maybe even in crafting like this for crystalline ingots to get the upgraded tables for the endgame. You never know. We may need some. All right, and we've got another Ender Dragon one as well, so we can chuck that in and switch it over to eggs. We don't need the breath anymore. There we go. 262,000 EMC. Just like that. Bet you thought I forgot about that little fella down in there. Hey, chucked it in there at the end of the last episode and didn't mention it again. But you were all thinking Thunder's a twit. And he was, but he remembers about it this time. So what we're going to do, start off this episode, grab the nitro crystals, and we're going to make some nitro seeds. So we need some insanium and then 4 nitro crystals and the seeds. Just so happens we've got the seeds. And wouldn't you know it, been making a little bit of insanium. Because now that we've got that draw wall linked up, we can see all of our essences. So we've got a little bit of insanium. Just enough, I think. So we'll go and make the seed. Once this bad boy's done, we'll be making nitro reactors until the cows come home. Chuck the insanium in. Chuck the seed in. And bam, there we go. So we've got plenty of the other ones. I'll probably end up shutting down the botany pots with the blazing and hardened, blazing and spirited and the other one. What's the other one? That one in it. And then just keep the nitro ones going for a while. But we will need some insanium farmland to grow this stuff, I believe. And if not, we're going to use it anyway. There we go. So we might also use a tier 4 pot, which we don't have on us at the moment. That's all right. We can certainly get it. Let's have a look for pot. We do have some in there. They're just not called that. Okay. So we will use a tier 4 because we want these guys pretty quick. Tier 4, I've finished that off. Recipe is just blocks of nether star. So once you're starting to get heaps and heaps of nether star from this method, it's where you can use and spend your nether stars on getting these guys in. So there we go. So let's go plug this bad boy in. And what we'll do is we will unplug. Yeah, I don't think we need either the spirited or the niotic or the blazing. Let's just get rid of this one. First cab off the rank. We'll chuck that bad boy in and chuck the farmland in. And then the seeds. There we go. And wonder if our reactors are out of power. I still haven't put the system together yet. You know what? Let's do that. All right, that'll keep those guys occupied for a little bit anyway. And then we'll get that piece out of there as well. Coolio. And then if we set that as uraninite, just by whacking it like that, and then we can export into there. And that pipe's got to get broken, doesn't it? We don't need it going all the way up. Go. And we can extract out of there. So now that's going to fill up those guys with uraninite and keep powering them. Let's get the pipe upgrades just so it goes as fast as it can. We don't need it to go that fast, but hey, you never know. That one should be good. But there we go. So it's going to keep that uraninite full in there. We could set up another 3 and just export ice, redstone, and coal. Oh yeah, look at that. So we can grab a few of those, and then I'll chuck those. Chuck 1 stack of this in here. Let's chuck it right there. We can take it back out again. Sweet. Alrighty. So what we need to do, as you can see, our EMC has jumped up a little bit. I did make a little system. I gave in needs the nether star. So I gave in and set up the little trick with the EMC from emeralds to diamonds. And I wonder why that's not coming out now. Because we've got no power. Because of the... Alright, let's get this cranking again. Yep, out of power in there. Now we can see our EMC going back up. It sits at around about 2 mil per second once it's established. I also did go ahead and make the compact machines and went through and completed the chapter. So it's not a very rewarding one. It's just 4 of the maximum tier ones, but hey, you never know. We probably would want to set up something like a nitro reactor with a few pots in there. That sounds like a good idea. Why not? So, where are our reactor blocks? Where are our reactor blocks? We don't have any more of them. Interesting. We have blocks of nether star, or do I use them all? Yeah, we got plenty. Let's just I'll grab a few stacks. There we go. That's more than enough now. Plenty. And let's make them into the nitro capacitors. What do you reckon? 4 stacks? No, apparently just not even 2. Okay, well, let's make the reactors. There we go. So we do want quite a few of these, so that's all we get. That's better. So let's 36. There we go. We got enough for 3 reactors exactly. That should do what we need to do. And then I want us to get pots. We won't go all tier 4, but we'll grab the remainder of our tier 4 and then half a stack of that. And got enough pipes. We need a sequential fabricator. We go, just the one. And we need a drawer. Grab just 2. Actually, we'll grab 3. And we need some upgrades. One of them. Grab a few of them. We want to use this and mix it with some obsidian. Get a couple of those, and then we can take a stack of them because we might need some. Alrighty. Now, I did go ahead and put a large compact machine in here. And probably won't keep it in here, but let's just go ahead and get our reactors in. There we go. And what I want to do is just... I think I made them that close. Never mind. What I want to do is get ourselves some dragon egg farm cranking. So let's go from here and then these guys. I'm not sure how many we can support in here with the power, but we're definitely going to chuck in as many as we can. And there we go. We might need to leave a gap. Just get rid of the gap and we can run the power that way. Now, I want to run the pipes underneath. It should pull straight out of these. Shouldn't need a buffer underneath it or anything like that. Should just pull directly out. And that can come across and we can have our drawers here. So that. And should only be for the what we need, so we can lock all 3 of these. lock. And then we'll need to set the extraction. There we go. And then what I'll want is some more upgrades. I want to make sure this will extract them as fast as possible, so they can all have diamond. There we go. Alrighty, so that's that done. And then from this bit, we want the sequential fabricator making us dragon eggs. So that will come out of there. And we need input at the top, and then export can be, doesn't really matter, from this side. And we'll chuck a pipe there, and we'll chuck in one of our EMC acceptors right there. Is that a good one? It's a Mark 6. Take a Mark 9. We don't know exactly how much is going to come out of here, but that can hold 68 billion a second. So we'll use one of those. Coolio. Now we'll set that there and that there, and may as well, just for good measure, chuck one of them on. Rightio. So now all we need is some soil and some ingredients for the reactors. So I guess we better do that. 3 redstone, coal. 3 of them. Ice. 3 of them. And do we have our water thing on us? Yep. What was it called? What was it called? What was it called? It is called Evertide Amulet. There we go. Rightio, let's get these bad boys on. One of them, one of them, one of them. And them. Them, one of them, one of them. Right. Let's see how much they are going to produce when we give them power. Boom, they are producing about 90. So not amazing, but not terrible either. I don't know how much power we're going to be sucking out of there, but I'll get these guys upgraded very shortly and pull the power out as quick as we can. Let's just start with the pipes anyway and see if we can pull enough power out. Looks like we're going to have to go up anyway. We'll go up another one just in case. Didn't do this very great, but hey. Just going to move it over and then I'll come down on this edge. That way I can run a full length here and then just put pots on the other side again. Should have done that in the first place, but hey, thunder is a twit after all. And that one can go there. All right, there. And there. And there. And there's a tweet. There we go. Right. Now we can extract from there, 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 And of course, diamond upgrades. Cool. So these guys can now pull out 32,000 RF per tick. We might need to go to the netherite upgrades, which I've got in the system. But let's go get ourselves a few dragon egg seeds. Or at least one anyway. There. What do we need for dragon egg seeds? It will probably be, insanium. There we go. 4 of those. 4 of those. And 1 of those. Let's just chuck that back in the system. We need those. I didn't put them in yet. Compact machines can go in. They can go in. And what does the dragon seeds grow on? So probably insanium. Yeah, insanium farmland. So we're going to need a lot of that. So there's a stack. That's going to be plenty. Lucky, I made heaps of insanium. Where am I going? We need to go back inside the machine. No, we don't. We need to make the seed. Wonder, you are a twit. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bam. Bam. And dragon egg seeds. Booyah. So what I am aiming for this episode is starting to get this farm up and running. Then I want to get into a few other bits and pieces so we can get this quest completed. The encapsulating, because the reward on that is the final EMC link, Mark 16, which means we don't need trillions upon trillions of EMC to finish Project E. So if we have a look at Project E, we can get all the way up to the fading EMC link, which costs us round about 1.6 T EMC. So that's sort of doable on about where we are. But to get the next level up, you do need the final star shards, 2 of them. To get those, you need 8 colossal stars megas, which are 281 T each. So you need 8 of those to make 2 final star shards to get that last one. So kind of need a lot more EMC than I'm willing to wait for. So in order to get these and a lot of that other stuff nice and easy, once we do get the Project E completed, we actually get pretty much endgame. Where is it? Chapter rewards complete. We get the tier 9001 resource generator. So of course it's over 9,000. What this thing does, produces a stack of something, whatever it is you put in, it produces a stack of every second. So you can literally put in a stack of any of those matters, or put in one of those matters and it'll produce a stack. So we can get trillions upon trillions of EMC in just a couple of minutes. So that's what we're aiming for. So we're able to get into the end crafting and finish this pack off. But to do that, we've got to get through, we've got to get into mechanism, because we need to get the steel things going. Where is it? And then we've got to get into industrial 4 going, so we can get the mob slaughter factory and dissolution chambers, so we can get the advanced machine frames, because then after we get the advanced machine frames, we put them in the fluid encapsulator with molten steel to finally get the mechanism steel casings, which go underneath our end capsules or end dimensional resource generators to produce the tier 2 or the upgraded end resources. And that's what we need to start making our encapsulator. So in order to actually make the encapsulator, you need the advanced capsule. So we've already got the nether advanced capsule. We just need the end advanced capsule. And that comes from a mechanism steel casing and a dragon head. So nice and easy. We'll definitely be able to get that very soon. So let's get into our machine. and start chucking a few of these bad boys in. Let's get it in the most powerful ones to start with so it produces faster. There we go, and chuck you on. So, might actually need a chest just so we can get the ingredients out. So let's get a chest. Nope, that's not how you spell it. Doesn't really matter as long as we can open it. There we go. That'll export straight to that. There we go. So the dragon egg essence we'll need. We'll let that run a few times because that one we want in there. But we need some more seeds and we want the essence coming out. That should produce the essence as well. So let's just make sure that it does do that. So yeah, it produces in the pots, produces essence, egg seeds, and fertilized essence. So what did we get then? 64 seeds. Thank you very much. And then more essence. So we could just, I guess, duck out and get the essence from the other one. Then we can just put the pipe back on. We want that. And then we want to add in as much of this stuff as we can. There we go. Nothing like a bit of dire wire to liven the place up. And we can just plant all these bad boys in. And we should start to get a little bit of EMC in the system very, very shortly. There we go. And what did we get out of this? Just more essence? Okay, that should do the trick though. So we'll get that out of there. We'll put that down. We'll extract and we'll put the upgrade back in. Alrighty. That can go back in there. That can go in there. And then we need a power cable. I threw them all away. Why would you do that, Funder? You're a twit. Pipe. We need 2. And we need the energy upgrade. There we go. So we can extract and put the energy upgrade. There we go. Listen to that. We've got 20 stacks already. 22 stacks. Booyah. So all we need now is to teach it the recipe for... Oh no, we need the dragon egg. Oh, we need another. Need another one. What I'll do is I'll make a few dragon heads though, so we can get those other resources. And then we need to transform it from this one to the dragon egg. So let me fix that. So we need another sequential fabricator. That one might have to go in the back instead of the top. Probably could have just done that. So we'll extract from there. And nope. There we go. So the back is input. And the top is output. That can be blank. And we can go out into another sequential. Can go on top. No, not all the way up there. Yep. And bottom can be input. And this side can be output. And basically all we'll do is just extract out of there and enter that just like we had before. There we go. And there. And then we can just run energy. No, give me that back. It's going to be annoying. No. Why would you just get out of there? Probably will help if I put the stack upgrades in, hey? Then we want the void upgrades in that one. Right. That's better. So we shouldn't need to void any of that. And that's 92 stacks in there now. we can hold 4,096 stacks now that I've upgraded it. So let's get the other bits of pipe and we'll get this machine operating. All right. Perfect. So let's grab one of them and we want to turn it into a chunk. So it's literally boom, 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 chunks. Now it'll start importing it as quick as we can make it. So it looks like another upgrade is in the works. Nope. Boom. There we go. So that's going as fast as it can. Now it should export that up here. But we'll need to take it out and turn it into dragon eggs. There we go. Now it'll export them straight up to there. And those dragon eggs will come out and straight into our EMC. So there we go. Nice little jump and boost to our system. When all these plants get going, we'll go a full row across and a couple rows up and a couple rows up if we can. So we've probably got a few hundred plants going all at once, and that should boost our EMC production up nicely. There we have it. Nice little EMC farm to kick things off to get us over into that trillion mark nice and quickly. All right, I guess there's no time like the present than starting getting into industrial foregoing. We need to get our latex production up and running. We need to get some pink slime and all that sort of jazz. So I guess we can get a start on that and see how we end up. So in order to even get the pity machine frame, which we need for things like the fluid extractor, we have to actually get our fluid encapsulator and melt machine frames in it with logs, and that turns into the pity machine frame. So let's get the fluid encapsulator. We'll get a few of those, because you never know how much of this stuff we want to actually kick in the system. And with that, we may as well also get the magma crucible. Oh, we need some invar gears. There we go. And where were we? Mobs, magma crucible. Oh, we don't have nether bricks. We do now. There's the magma crucible. We'll grab a few of those as well. We can always throw one in the system for it to be learnt. There we go. Now we can use them anytime we like. But we also need the latex processing unit, but we still need the pity machine frame. So we better go and get a couple of these machine frames and melt them down. Nope, that's not how you spell it. There we go. There's a few stacks. All right, so I've just set a line of these up. All right, that should be it. We've got the EMC link up there, exporting items into all the magma crucibles. And then we've got our fluid encapsulators all ready to get the liquid in. And then, yeah, should be good to go. Actually, we do need the wood in these guys as well. Wonder if we can get it from the bottom. Yeah, we'll need to jump into the bottom there. All right, then we just get an EMC link. Don't need that big. 5 will do. And we can export from that. And what did it need? Let's have a quick look. That goes into a magma crucible. That goes into a fluid encapsulator where we used just any logs. So 4 logs of anything. So let's just grab log. And they can export spruce. Boom. All right, now we just need to set all of the machines there to accept inputs from the bottom. And our little dodgy automation is... Nope, that's the bottom. There we go. Now all it needs is some power. Let me grab a flux point, and it does let you use power in with these pipes, but for some reason... doesn't like it when it tries to go out of these pipes. So there we go. Set our network. And we should be all good. There we go. All of these guys not quite getting enough power. So I guess we better set the extraction a little higher with diamond upgrade. And that should fix our issues. There we go. So they will melt. These guys will be ready. I'll grab the machine frames. I'll make the pity frames and pop the pity frames in the chest. There we go. Now it's finally going over. So there is our spruce. It's turning into the pity machine frame. And then once that's done, we'll have heaps of them. We won't keep this running for a long time, just a little bit, just until we can get some frames and everything like that to get our encapsulators. So there we go, and that pops straight into there. We've got our pity machine frames. All right, they all seem to be working, so let's just throw a few hardened upgrades in there and see what happens. But we don't need them on the magma crucibles, but certainly these guys. Yeah, that's pushing them a bit faster. There we go. Alrighty, nice little automation. Very easy to set up. And that'll give us our melted machine frames. And then once we've got enough of the pity machine frames, probably a couple of stacks, I'll be able to take off the bottom one and then import something else in there. Because if you look, the pity machine frames will go into a dissolution chamber to upgrade to simple, and then upgrade in the dissolution chamber again to advanced, and then back in the fluid encapsulator, the steel casing. So yeah, once we have quite a few of those and upgraded right the way to advanced, we can chuck in a few of the steel casings. Don't need many, we just need enough to get us into the thingamajiggy. Capsule, advanced capsule, that's the one. Alrighty, we'll grab a few of these pressure plates and chuck them in the system, and that will give us what we need for the fluid extractor. I think we can only do one at the moment because that's the only frames I brought over. Let's just go and grab one of these. There we go, we've got a couple of stacks. Shouldn't need more than that, but we'll leave it going for a little bit longer. But you never know. So I want 12 of those so we can get plenty of fluid, and then we'll want a latex processing unit, but we will need a bucket of latex for that first. So let's grab that and some acacia, because that is the best logs to use. So these guys don't need any power to start with. You can put power in them and upgrade them. I tend not to bother. They work okay without them to start with. So always pop them around this. Excuse you. Nobody said you could fall off. They always pop them around a central point and then pop your plant in, or your log in, is how I do it. You can put the log in first, but I like to pack them in nice and close just in case you're ever going to use power to run it, just to make them go faster. They're all nice and bunched up together. There we go, 3 sets. We can chuck the logs in, and I'll get some fluid pipes. There we go. And I'll extract out of all of these bad boys into a central unit so we can get that one bucket faster. And may as well just get a tank. Do we not have a tank in here? Alright, now let's set extract on all of these bad boys. We definitely shouldn't need to upgrade these ones. And that looks like all of them. Perfect. Now that we got that happening, let's chuck one of these on. Boom. And that fills up with whatever latex we've got, and should be coming up to nearly a bucket. So we better get a bucket out. There is our bucket of latex. But let's go and put it in here. There we go, and there is our latex processing unit. So this does require power, and it also requires water and the latex. Let's get this over there, and we can start making ourselves some latex. And chuck that there, and a bucket either side. Accumulator is on. Boom. Extract out of there. Boom. We have everything we need to start making... Oop, that's not what I wanted. To start making latex in here. Once we extract. There we go. Now, these logs won't stay there forever either, so it's a good idea to keep checking on them. You can, again, set up an export nice and easy export system from our refined storage with one of the construction. No, what's it called? Constructor. So you put that underneath, and whatever you tell it to make, it'll put that block in the world. So you just basically put it on the bottom of one of the things there, and it'll constantly make it. You know what? Let's just go and do that. Let's just go and make a couple. Just so we're always getting it. Now, constructor. 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 Set the filter as acacia. Boom. And boom. Ta-da. And that will automatically export. Nope, don't go that way. We're going to have enough. Maybe. And that's connected. We can take that one out. Alright, we just need to come across a little bit. There we go. All three are done. So whenever one of those breaks, a new one will take its place and our production will continue. And here is what we're after. Tiny dry rubber. So we'll take that and then we'll go and make it into dry rubber and then smelt it. And that'll give us the plastic we're all after. So there we go. Dry rubber. We've got 3. Let's go and put it in the furnace. There we go. Oh, yeah, been smelting a few processes just so we can get more storage. There we go. And that is what we need to make all of our machines, all the rest of our machines, especially the dissolution chamber, which is that one. So we just need a diamond gear. Hopefully that'll work. And there we go. So this bad boy takes latex and a few bits and pieces, and we can upgrade our machine frames to the next tier and possibly the tier after. We need the simple machine frames, so it needs latex. So pity to simple, and then simple to advanced with pink slime. And the pink slime you get from your mob slaughter factory, which is right there, which just needs a little bit more plastic and then some of these bad boys. And we'll have that shortly, and then we can utilize that mob farm that's been sitting there doing nothing. As you can see, this is our little dragon egg farm. I added a few extra sequential fabricators, and yeah, we're currently cranking in around 30 million per second. So I think that's all right. We don't need to worry about that anymore, because I did go AFK all night and we're up to 1.7 trillion EMC, which is all we need to break this pack wide open. So let's go ahead and get out of this dimension. Oh, and we can get started on what we need to do next. So basically what we need to do now is get ourselves the encapsulating transmutator. So this guy here will help us finish off a quest. And once we get that, it will open up the last. So if we get that, then it will give us the final EMC link, which will give us Project E's finalization. As we can see here, I've gone through and made all the fuels and matters, and we're right the way up. We just need that final EMC link, but in able to craft it, we literally need hundreds of trillions of EMC. So don't quite have that. We probably get the quest reward, grab that final EMC link, bust that wide open for the quest reward, chapter rewards, and get ourselves the tier 9001 resource generator. The only thing standing in our way is the advanced end capsules. And so we need the dimensional resources, and we need a mechanism steel frame underneath it and a dragon head on top of it. We've got the dragon heads. We've got the dimensional resource generators. We just need that mechanism steel frame. And as we saw last episode, I was thinking about making a cursed feed just to go ahead, but I don't think we'll need it. We should have enough pink slime to pop out of this bad boy. Let's see if we can get something happening right here. And that should start knocking some enemies over. Show the working area. It's not working. Might only be in a 1x1, so let's risk it for the biscuit. And of course you went in there. Why wouldn't you? So let's as if you would. Cheeky little sod. Alright, now that should start killing some enemies. No? There we go. So we got liquid meat, and we will start to get the pink slime in there very shortly. So it is working. We should probably get a range upgrade. So let's go and figure out what we need for that, actually. I forgot they're only a 1x1. Alrighty, so industrial. We need, I reckon just a tier 2 should be good. Just 4 lapis, 2 glass panes, and a bit of redstone dust. So let's grab all of that. And go and visit our trusty little machine over here. Now I did go ahead and make a few of the simple machine frames. It's just iron, nether bricks, the pity machine frames with the latex, and some plastic sheets. So there's 8 of those, which should be more than enough for what we need. We can unlock that, and we can chuck in... Oh, we can... Whoops. You can get out of there. Right. Now we might be able to start doing this properly. Chuck those in, those in, those in. And we should get our tier 2 range add-on. And we can throw that in the grinder and be happy as Larry. So let's get this bad boy now. Boom. And... let's go get ourselves some pink slime. Boom. Now if we show range, that doesn't really want to show us, but I'm sure it's a lot bigger now. Coolio. All we need to do is just wait for the mobs to spawn and spit us out some yummy, delicious treats. So let's have some tanks. Tanks a lot. Tanks for nothing. Alright, we can chuck. It should be able to pull both fluids out. So we do that and we get some fluid pipe. Bam. And bam. Of course you would. Why wouldn't you? Just extract it out of there too. And when it's ready to actually have some pink slime, we've got a little bit there. We can change that back. And it should deposit that pink slime in there. There we go. We've got 110 millibuckets of pink slime. That is awesome. How much do we need for a machine frame? So the dissolution chamber, we need 500 millibuckets per advanced machine frame. So we can let that run for a little bit while we make up some cursed earth, I think. But in order to do that, we needed this soulless egg, because it won't work without the soulless egg. But we need the soul remover, which we need a metallurgic infuser for. So I guess we should get a couple of those, just so we've got the mechanism machines happening. So 4 of those, and that should be all we need, because we only want the alloys to start with. So where are we going to pop these? They don't need to be anywhere special. Right there can be fine. We just need a little bit of power in the system. That's not what I wanted. There we go. And we better make sure that that is not pumping in. There we go. All right, so what did we need for that to turn into a soulless egg? We needed redstone and mob imprisonment tools. So let's have a look to see how our latex production went. And we've got a heap of the tiny dry rubbers. And we can make those into plastic. Nice and quick. There we go. Cook some of these bad boys up. You think I'd have it all set up and auto-crafted by now, but the pack's nearly done, so why go to all that trouble? And that should do us. We don't need many. We know we've got plenty more. And we need a mob imprisonment tool. Where are we? Probably would have been easier to search for it. There we go. Let's just grab one for, we'll grab two. We'll get some redstone and we'll go nuts over there. All right. Oh, get back up in there. So we only needed the one for now, so let's chuck that there and we'll just chuck that in. That should give us the soulless thing down there. There we go. Soul remover. We can chuck that there. Awesome. There we go. Now we've got the soul remover. We can make a soulless egg. We just need to get that in there. And egg. There we go. And just like that, we've got a soulless egg. And we can mix that to make our compound with all the rest of the stuff I've got in there. Ta-da! Rightio, we can... bee spawn egg, look at that, there you go. That's, I guess, how you make all of the different bees, but we don't need that today. We just need that one. Alright, let's get some dirt and some solid walls. What are we going to make it out of? You know what? Stone is perfectly fine. Let's just get 3 stacks. And we'll just make a little platform. Where are we going to make it? You know what? We didn't make it from over here, so let's do that. Alright, now let's get this encased. And then with the dreadful dirt, it'll constantly just spawn mobs. We can just smash them out with that mob grinder. So we will put that in there. Go grab it now. We'll see how much slime we've got. Only 197 millibuckets, so not quite enough. Let's just block that up. There we go. And they went up in there, didn't they? Yep. Coolio. Alrighty, so in order to get this done a bit quicker, this was the right call. So let's get this done. May even need to go up a size in the area. Not showing. Okay. So, there we go. What we could do, I guess, is make some what are they called? Well, I guess what we could do to sort that problem out would be to make some vector plates. So let's leave a one wide gap so we don't get any mobs to spawn just yet. Let's go make some vector plates. We should have enough organic material. That way we can just push the mob straight into where it needs to go. Really? We don't have any black dye. We have the black flowers, excuse me. We've got 1.8k and we can turn those straight into dye, thank you. Does it need to be the petals or can the flowers turn into this one? Okay, it looks like the petals might need it. Yeah, there we go. We need to make one of these. Sheesh. There we go. And use on that. Make it into a mortar and pestle. And let's get a little bit of black dye. That should do the trick. There we go. Like so. Now we can make our vector plates. Bam. Get a couple of stacks of that. There we go. That should do the trick. As long as it funnels it all to the mob grinder, we're all good. They can all point down that way. And these guys can come back in this way. There we go. Now we can close that up. And need to go find a chicken and give this to it. Hello? Hungry? Oh, no happy birthday? Poor Darkosto. He'll be so unhappy. Alright, let's get this egg done. Can we do it from the bottom like we can with Cursed? Should be able to. Haha. There we go. Plenty of mobs coming in. There we go. Now our pink slime's building up a bit. We might have to do a little bit of sneaky though and knock that block out and go and get our tanks. You sucked them all up, didn't you? You did, you cheeky sod. That should have the pink slime in it, that one. So, meat, pink slime, no, pink slime, and pipe. Yeah. All right, that is all we need now. So once we get a bucket, a whole bucket's worth. Let's just make sure that's chunk loaded. It looks like it is. Yep, already chunk loaded. Perfect. Alrighty. Just need a bit more. Go see what else we need to finish this off. So that, I think, is all we're waiting on. It's just that. We've got the dragon head. And for the rest of the recipe for the encapsulator, we've got that. We do, though, need to get into, because it's extended crafting, we do need to make the crafting tables. So we need basic crafting tables, which is all of this stuff. So black iron, we're going to need a lot more of that black dye. So I think we should make a little bit of that. Let's just get all of this stuff that we can back in the system. We shouldn't have got rid of those, but it's too late now. Oh, we didn't put the add-on in. That shouldn't matter. Let's turn that back into dye. There we go. And add the recipe for that bad boy in there. So we need to get a whole heap of that black iron. That should be enough, I think. And then we use that to make all the different bits and pieces. So all these black iron slates, I guess we'll make a couple of stacks of that. And then we use that to be turned into all of these other little pieces. So we need the white, so 4 of those standard, and then 1 of the basic catalysts. So component, we need the luminescence. which I think we can work on. There we go. All right, let's get, oh, not that one. Go. Don't know why we needed so much of that then. If that's got EMC, we can just do a couple of stacks of that. And what do we need to turn it into a catalyst? Just that. Let's grab 2 of those, throw one in. Then we make the basic. There we go. Now we also need to make an advanced. So we need to make 2 of those. So let's just do that again. And we need to make the gold versions of these. So there we go. Let's just grab another one, throw it in. Use that to make the advanced catalyst again. Grab it, throw it in. Use that, and there we go. There's the advanced crafting table. Now we may as well. Well, we didn't learn the other one. Whoops. Let's throw that in, and then we can just make one straight away. And while we're at it, we may as well go up to the next tier. So make 2 of those. Throw one in. Use on that is the catalyst. There we go. Throw it in. Use on that goes to the big fellas. Alrighty, so we just need one of them. And that should give us the crafting table we need to make our existential crisis friend over there. Now let's see how we're going with the slime. Let's also chuck that in. All right, we got over a bucket, so that's 2 machine frames we can make. So we need a bucket. 2 buckets. Nope, just 1 bucket. And I do believe we need a second dissolution chamber, because that one is full of latex. Yep, so this one is empty. We just need to chuck in the components to make the frame. It's not how you spell frame, Thunder. Alrighty, so the simple machine frame. What do we need as the recipe in the dissolution chamber? We need 2 more plastic, we need 2 more netherite, and we need gold ingots and a gold gear. So let's go and make 1 at least. And there we go. There is the recipe for 1 of them. I'm going to go and grab a recipe for another one. So we've got 2 on their way. Just so we can get that done a little bit quicker. We go to use on that. We go to dissolution chamber. We go like that. I find that's the quickest way to draw out these recipes for this one, because it just puts them all into the middle of that crafting bit. Rather than just go through it all one by one. All right. Use you. All right, there is advanced machine frame. So, boom, we got that. And that is the quest completed for industrial foregoing. How easy was that? We are chomping through it all. So there is at least 2 of these bad boys. Now we just need to stuff it into one of these. And just need to stuff it into... It's a fluid encapsulator we need. Isn't that a fluid encapsulator? That's a fluid encapsulator. And we need molten steel, not molten machine frame. Thunder. Fluid encapsulator. There we go. And we will also need a magma crucible, because we'll need to melt some steel. Let's just Pretend that Thunder's not a complete twit. And go and get ourselves some steel. Alright, there we go. We'll chuck the components in. Magma Crucible, we'll chuck a stack of steel in. That melts nice and quick, look at that. And we may as well just crank it up anyway. Alrighty, and with this one, we can export out that way. This one, we can import from that side. Let's make sure that they're all on. There we go. Now if we chuck in our machine frame, there we go. Thunder, you're a twit. And that is how we get our steel casing from Mechanism. Booyah. So let's grab 2 of these and then we can bugger off over to the end and we can get the last piece of the puzzle. There we go. I set the waypoint over. Well, we may as well eat the cake anyway. Someone's got to. Yep. So I did set a waypoint up, but I did have these machines here. So let's go and grab 2 of them out. Then if we chuck, oh, let's get the machine frames down. So they go there, they go there, and then dragon heads go on top. Does this recognize? We'll find out. Sometimes they're a bit finicky. If it doesn't work, we'll just rip the dimensional one up and put it back down in between the 2. That's advanced. Look at that. That one can go in as well. So we just need 2 of these, I believe. 2 of them. No, 4 of them. That won't take long at all. We've already got 2. Oh, it's going to be so good. There we go. Let's chuck all of this back in the backpack. Won't need those. We can go back into the EMC there, there. All right, there we go. We've got it. We have got it. Now we can go and make our encapsulator. Now I did put the waypoint in here. Guess not. Let's just do that. Right, here we go. Let's get in the doorway first. Grab all that. And block of emerald. Now let's do it. Booyah! Encapsulating. Now, in order to complete that quest, we would need the ingredients that it makes, but I don't think we need to wait around and make them. We just need Dragon's Breath, Dragon Head, Phantom Membrane, and Nether Star. So, Dragon Breath, recognized. Phantom, recognized. Nether Star, yeah, we got a few, 302 blocks. Recognized. And the last one to complete the quest. Boom. Dragon Head. Look at that. We have completed the quest. So this bad boy doesn't really do a great deal, but you can use the nether ingredients, end ingredients, or overworld ingredients to make items that a little bit harder to farm. So Phantom Membranes, Nether Stars, Dragon's Breath. We do have a couple of, we've got EMC, so we don't need that. Got Nether Stars with the hostile neural networks. I've got that set up, and then with dragon heads, of course, we can just craft them with the dragon egg essence. So no need to worry about that one. So we can put that bad boy away. Now, this is the moment I've been waiting for a little while. Chapter rewards. Oop, not that. Go away. Chapter rewards. Encapsulating. We've done it. We've got it. We've completed that quest. We can chuck that away and we can get our Project E quest reward, the tier 9000. And that pretty much is the pack completed, because this bad boy will give you a stack of whatever you want to put in. So we can put in something like matter. we can put in a fading matter, which is worth 582 billion. Guess what? We just got 37 trillion. Again, and again, and again, and again. So, yeah, pack is done. That is pretty much all you need to do. We can just keep taking that out and pumping it back in. So if we want to, we can work our way towards the end, things like the creative items, but it's literally just standing there waiting for that matter to come through. And yeah, so like all of those, you just need the final stars, which are so easy to get now. It's just the chaos shard, which we just need to go and get. And then it's literally just the final star shard, which is just a bucket load of EMC. So that's pretty much the pack done there and then, ladies and gentlemen. If you want me to grab those creative items, just chuck a comment down at the bottom and let me know if you want to see how it's done or if you want to crack at it yourself. But I'm going to wrap it up there. If you guys leave some comments and say you want to see me do it, I'll jump in there after a few days and give it a crack. Otherwise, may as well wrap this whole series up right here and now. So if you've enjoyed it, hit that like button. If you've really, really enjoyed it, hit that subscribe button so you can see more from me in the future. And that's bye from me and the over 9,000 machine over there. Toodles.